It's okay. Let's do just S&P 500 right now. Inflation is way down. Good time for a rate cut. I don't really see anything unusual here in the chart. I think this is just, right now, a backup. I really do. Because yesterday we talked about it coming back to like 530 on the SPY. So, not seeing anything that looks particularly off here. All right, I'm gonna have to get off the other thing. Good morning. Good morning. Oh yeah, I know what I was gonna do. Take this a step further here. Yeah, so profit takers, etc., etc. This is a pretty classic distribution. You wouldn't have known it until really late in the day, but it just barely like peaked above the top in extended trading hours, and then this is like a little tiny hook. So the motion was almost unrecognizable, but it's there. It's like really small, right there. There's an upthrust and then a hook, and then it dropped. That's a pretty sizable after hours to pre-market gap. So double check that. Yeah, back up to 545. It's probably just where we closed, thereabouts. All right, so I'm going to get rid of extended trading hours here in a second, but I just tried to look and just see. So there's another one right here, wicked, then sold off again. So there's a lot of profit taking. I don't think it's a huge deal. 540. Let's put regular trading hours back on. This is where I thought we would come back to yesterday, because there was an SOW here yesterday. It wasn't like a horrible SOW. It was just one that happened because of the retracement that we saw. It's not really enough just yet, in my opinion, of a move. I feel like we kind of stopped short. I'm not very concerned at all, actually. In fact, I'm probably going to play upside again, because I don't think that that's the breadth of the move. I think that it's going to finish today around noon, and we've got maybe a backup for an hour or so. And I think I said yesterday, maybe around like 10 or 10:30. Some of the charts had like a little bit more or less room, but they were right around that area. So I'm not overly concerned by this price action, not yet. And then if you look at the full move, I got too many fibs on here. I can't tell which is which. I think this is the one I want. Yeah, it did go a little bit higher, didn't it? Yeah, this is the 382 level. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're at the 382 right here on the Tesla. So everything ripped yesterday. Had a pretty big move. And if you're looking at like 10% plus moves or thereabouts, then dropping a 5% the next day, even if that's not really going to be like a 50% drop, but it's be less than that. But you know, we're talking about 382, 5, 618 retracements are very likely here. It was a huge move, so it's unlikely there's going to be a lot of constant upward momentum like that without some backups. So what I surmised yesterday was this probably turns into a widening, and then if it's a widening top and it breaks out, it's going to be pretty powerful. So it's conviction time if you want to like trade bottom here, but you know, it is what it is. I don't really see this as a necessarily a huge problem in this case, just because the volatility is so cranked up. We have a higher probability that you're going to see some bigger slides. That's pretty normal. And it was a huge move. I mean, it was a historical move. I think it was the biggest since 2008 rebound. It's okay. Since the 2008 rebound, it was probably like the biggest that I think that they were saying that we've had. So 10% day or whatever on SPY. So I don't know. My expectation would not be that it would just keep ripping after that. My expectation would be that you'd have a backup. So yesterday, again, we talked about this retracement. If it goes below that, we're going to look at fibs. And if it goes below that, we'll have a different outlook here, because if it goes to the 0.5, and I guess we'll look at those, the 0.5 is pretty close to where this creek is, and this was sort of the last major creek. I think we kind of checked it on the way out, kind of did, kind of didn't. There's a wick down that occurred yesterday around 1:35 Central Time, and I think that was the back test here. And so that could be retested or checked again. It's totally possible. I wouldn't think it's way out there if it did. That's not quite the 0.5. The 382 is really the ideal spot here. That's at 527 on SPY. And again, I would see this as like a widening. Now, normally if you're going into a top and you start widening, could that be considered bearish? Yes, if it's a rising widening, but this is like a megaphone. It's really going like sideways. So, and it's pretty, I mean, almost like unusually concrete here. I guess my only concern is that top. It did come over the top of it right there, just slightly. So my biggest concern, I suppose, at this point is the that little up thrust that happened very, very, very near the end of the day, which is part of the reason why I got out of the trade on Tesla, because I just wanted to go ahead and take that profit and have it, because I needed to get out of that trade. And after making a call out that worked out, it's like kind of don't want to push your luck, you know. So that was the reason I exited. I was like, I'm not gonna risk it. And it just seemed like it needed to have that backup. So we talked about 260. This is coming below there. So again, the 0.5 is closer to that top. If it's going to do a full back up to the top, just like SPY is pretty low, or pretty close. It's at 524. Tesla's a lot more of a deep dive. It really is a 618 retracement to 247. Either one actually is fine. You may think that looks like a bad move, but it's not. It's not bad. It's fine. Like, I think that retracement is healthy, because checking that back up to that creek would be really useful at this point. I would find that to be extremely bullish. If it checks it and then breaks out of a local creek, I think you're going to get another big move. So I'm not really worried about anything right now. We're just kind of waiting. I don't necessarily think there needs to be any great news this morning. I think CPI came back cool, and then my understanding is that there's a pause on some other tariffs from retaliatory tariffs that were given from other nations. So do you think I can hit 250 before the fake bump, or you believe it will stay around 280 and then do the fake? It already hit 250. I mean, it came down. I don't think it would come all the way back at this point. I said it could, but it's not quite the same as some of the others that we saw. Like there's a strange kind of a backwardsness, maybe lateness to this on AMC. You can see that the second push doesn't break the creek. The third push here does, but it hasn't yet advanced. So it's very, very different in some regards to some of these other large cap stocks we're looking at, because there's no advancement here, not yet. It has pushed again, the creek again. So it's like there's another higher one right here. These last two big wicks. I don't see it exactly the same because it hasn't made an advancement yet. So if it were to back up, it's still technically within like a range here, you know. This could be like a bullish range to buy back in. You could drive the price back down pretty low here. I don't imagine, if that did happen, that you would want to go significantly below this blue line that I have, which is around 276. But in the event that it did, could it still run? Yeah, because again, even though there's some weakness here, and you can see it right there on this push down, I don't necessarily think that would be a horrible thing if you can re-break this again, maybe in like a week's time or something. Has this happened before on AMC where it's gone down for a spring while the rest of the market's trying to rally, you know, make new pushes? Sure, it happens all the time. So I wouldn't put it past AMC to come back to 250. But in an ideal world, this would just kind of bounce here on this creek and then head up into an SOS and then go. So, but again, you know, this is not always ideal. This would make sense to me. I had put this on the chart anyways. So I thought about this as like a shrinking, and what that would maybe do is have another downward push here, maybe another one here, maybe another one here. But in the event that this is just sort of like a second top, kind of like this one, it's just highly volatile. Then the actual downward part's not happened yet. You could have it happen here and then make a higher low, and that would be a change of character. Does that make sense? So from an iteration standpoint, every time this has come down, I've got these white lines, and it's done the same exact thing. They're pretty much exactly the same every time, like including the reaction spots. Every single time. And the 296 was what we had said we thought we might see, but it didn't end up going on the time that we thought it would go. But the overall picture here is pretty much still exactly the same. The difference is that right now we're kind of pushing back into the previous zone, and we have to see how it reacts. So my expectation here would be that, you know, if it's going to do the same thing again, iterate again, and this is just part of that, then you'd probably see it come down. And what you'd want to see is some kind of like a, maybe like a local spring that like dips slightly beneath 262 or comes down and just makes a higher low than the previous bottom. And that could come as low as, you know, 250. So I don't think that's out of the question for AMC. It's just a little different than some others. I'm just telling you that because we're talking about SPY a lot. We're looking at stuff like Tesla and SPY. They're not quite in the same position. They don't have that same range built out. They've already left their lower ranges behind. So we're talking about backing up to test the top of those ranges. But AMC is not like that. It hasn't left its range. So the backup here would look different, potentially. And I keep saying that because I'm not really sure if we're going to go down that low. I mean, I had some estimations about where it might go. Do I think bears are still like working to try to take it down? Sure. But you gotta think here, like everything that happens in this particular case, leading into maybe the 15th of April or thereabouts, could be potentially very bullish. Even this triangulation goes down to like 247. I think that it could be higher than what was hit here. You know, a penny higher is still higher. So it's not impossible that this sinks again and then bounces and then sinks again. And we'll see that maybe it correlates to the market on the whole. So this is not me making up something new. This was already on the chart. This is what I thought might happen earlier. But if it does have the reaction like the rest of the market to the upside going into Thursday today by about 1:30, I think you're going to see that bounce does produce a pretty big bounce here today. So all right. Sorry. No, I know you can't hear me. I wasn't. I muted the mic for a minute. My kiddo's home today. They got an off day at school. It's kind of random, but I don't really need to get into that. But there's a yeah. So there's a kiddo home. So I was talking to him for just a minute. Right. So some of these retracements are, maybe worse than they could be. I thought Tesla might come down to 260 because of this marker here that was made. But you can see very evidently that you can see that candle. I'm on the 15 minute. You see that candle and then the wick. I don't even need to look. I can just tell. That's probably what's going on right here. It's like a hook. So it did not respect that level. And it honestly will have mostly will just have to do with how many buyers and sellers there are. Is it unfortunate? Yeah. I mean, I wish it had respected it and just gone. It'd be easier than watching it sink. But Tesla had a 20 some odd % move. I mean, it was crazy high. So to have that kind of move without a backup doesn't really make any sense. You're going to have profit takers. You're going to have to find and it's kind of like a way of demanding support. And I mentioned earlier that I think yesterday that I thought it might be here, but it needs to create a new edge because we have this really, shallow one. It's not very steep. And that's a bit too wide for a top up top. And if it's going to get to like 320, and it might, by today, I mean, it's got a lot of time. There's a lot of space here to do that. In fact, looking at this as like a wave might make us more comforted because if you take this to the top and you look at the consideration here that this is what I think it might be, all right, and it's going to go all the way up, then the midway point for that is coming up, like I said, around maybe, I guess, 9:30, 8, you know what I mean, 10:30, whatever, if you're on Eastern time. So it's coming up. I mean, it's the next 30 minutes or so. That would be kind of the center point. So, potentially this is going to have if I'm right about this triangulation, this should have a wave down and then back up. If I'm not right about the triangulation, then this is going to be wrong. But, I mean, what are you going to do about that, There's nothing I can do about that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I mean, getting the first move is a big deal. Getting the second part of this just requires a little bit of patience, I think, and follow through on the part of bulls. So again, the 0.5 is at 252, 246 on Tesla is the deeper backup. So if I were looking at this as like a wave that's going to go directly up, and it does hit that point today, I would suggest to you that you do like a 50-50. And it's kind of right where it needs to be right now, which would be like a 0.5 retrace. So what I'm going to start doing on the S&P is I'm going to start trying to track this. And it's going to look different in extended trading hours. I maybe use both, but not a big fan of that, but I think I might. So let's do this. I don't really like doing both at the same time because it's confusing. All right, so the first push out here, and this is probably going to be a market-wide bounce. So if we find the bounce on SPY, we're probably going to be in good shape. Yeah, you can see that coursing right along there. Volume is pretty low. I mean, it's more elevated than it was, but it looks like it's got there. That's the 382. It just hit it. And that's the trend. And it's trying to bounce, so let's lock in this target, though. Let's make sure we get this right. Let's see if that's like right on it. That makes sense. See that little wick below? There's like a small little wick below right here to 527, which is the 382. So it's got to the fib. Just going to test the fib and see if it holds. This is a 1 minute chart, so you can see the EMA on the 1 minute broke down. It's currently sitting at like 530. That's fine. Usually this adds up to something else anyways. So this is only the 382 on SPY. If it goes to the 0.5, it may be below, which is 521. It may be below that top. That would be a little bit more nerve-wracking, I think. But right now, this is looking okay. I think the spread is widening. You can see there's a bit of divergence here on the 1 minute RSI. Yeah, to me, it looks fine. I mean, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. But I think genuinely that this is still going to be a green day. And it's going to end to the upside. So I'm going to be looking to buy again. And I'm a little bit disappointed because, I got a really good buy-in, but there ultimately wasn't a lot of follow-through on those calls. Under normal circumstances, had that IV been down lower and we got a 10% move, I think that would have been a really, really big deal. I'm not saying it wasn't a big deal. I'm super excited that we got the call out and didn't miss it, but yeah, but the SPY buy-in for me didn't really produce much of anything. So, I mean, it's still kind of like meh. They're up 10%, which is kind of crazy. You would have almost done better on just shares in this environment. So, anyways. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. I don't think it's a horrible thing. It's just a thing. So, yeah. So we'll take a look. We'll see what happens. I'm watching that 1 minute chart. I think that's important. I normally wouldn't look that deep into 1 minute time frame, but because of the the setup. I think if we're gonna get backups, we're gonna look at 1, maybe up to 6 here. So 3 minutes not oversold yet. So there might still be another dip in store. Yeah, it's kind of disappointing. I think my calls are back to like 0. So much for the call out. It wasn't really useful, you know. I mean, it's kind of crazy to think about that because I'm sitting here like, oh, so didn't really benefit very much from it. So I'm eyeing that 618 level now because I'm looking at this as like a halfway point on an S curve, and it's not looking too hot. They keep making lower lows. They're struggling to make highs. So the market. So I think that it's very possible this could be back to like 515, which is a pretty big punch in the face because I think that allowing the shorts out is not what I wanted to see here. But that might be what happens. It would probably be really fast if they do. Much stronger if it holds kind of where it's at, like right in this little pocket. But it's not looking good. That's disappointing. Yeah. So someone asked me yesterday on the, well, they didn't ask. They just said, well, don't you think this is like a bear trap or a bull trap? And I said, well, yeah, it is. But I had no qualms about that anyways. Like I thought this was going to go up into a bull trap. We talked about it frequently on AMC. There's a definite need here to kind of get what's called like a fool's rally going and just start really going, you know, and make it seem like this is going to just take off and never look back. I don't see that as a bad thing, you know. So some folks are going to be like, yeah, but why not just do it right here and then head low? Look, you got a 60-day extension, which is really quite a lot. I think that's a lot. You know, every time somebody comes to the table and every time a deal is struck, it's going to look more and more like that price in has already happened. Now, I don't know what the news would be to rug pull it after it pumps up here. The China stuff is not resolved. That's a pretty big part of this. And I think you have to just kind of take that into consideration. That it's just not there yet, you know. But even from just a standard like Volkowski standpoint here, like this is just a widening spread coming down. I don't see why this wouldn't break out and head back to 562. So at this point, I'm not particularly worried about a backup unless it slides beneath certain creek bodies. And in theory, could this come all the way back down to the 618 and still be healthy? Yeah. Would I be a little bit miffed about it? Yeah. I think it kind of removes the, I don't know, I guess the luster of the call out because you kind of hope that when you see something like that, you're going to get in and be able to really benefit from it. And if it just drops back down or back to where it started, you're kind of like, well, then what was the point, you know? But that's just the way the market is right now. You can't control that. You know, you can't control whether or not the options chain stays overcooked and all this other stuff. So yeah, I'm not too worried. GME is still up. It's, again, I don't know. It kind of already had made its move. Let me put it this way, okay? When GME made this pop, look at the retracements that were made right here. Look at the range that was built out, and then it kind of continues. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about like going up for a... You can see right there, it's still kind of following through on it. Right there. This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about creating like just a simple backup. So let's see what this was, because this was a very kind of obvious and prominent front runner. So it ended up going all the way back down to near the 618, bounced on the 0.5. It found support finally on the 382, and then it took off. So this actually did have a pretty deep, and that may have happened before that pump actually, so I shouldn't say that. But it looked like at least the 382 and the 0.5 were at play right here. So that 618 may not be as important because that may, I think that did hit before it went up. Yeah. But anywho, yeah, so still, that's about a 382 retracement, and then it pushes up again. I think to some degree, GME was a front runner here. I think it was advancing before the market. And it may get to that point, and we'll see, but it may get to that point where by the time it gets to the top, we'll see what happens. Either it's going to just pop way beyond it and go up to some of those higher targets we had previously at like 32 or something, or even up higher. Or it's going to probably kind of stall out before the market's done with the move. Either way, I think for the most part, they've been doing a pretty good job keeping GME kind of stagnant here. And again, I think it's because this was already, to some degree, kind of priced in. And I think that's why you didn't get as big of a reaction off the news. On that backup is the reactions. So we'll get more into GME later after all this stuff settles down. I think it'd be great maybe next week to come back and look at it and see if there's any. It should have been a cat ear here, and I guess I'm seeing that here in the build out, like 1, and then this is a small M, which would be like the middle of the ears, and then we'll see 2. So we'll see what 2 does. This was the measurement we had for the middle, and so far it looks pretty dang accurate. April 3rd to April 9th. I mean, it was ugly, but it's there. And this was on the chart we built out so weeks ago. So I feel like I'd imagine it would cross more sideways. That's what I had before, not like straight back up. But it's going. That was before I saw that weird phenomena we were looking at yesterday. So anywho. So we've got most of the morning today, I think, to look at this. I would suggest to you that probably we were about right about where maybe this stops, and if it drops, then we're really wrong, but we have to kind of we just reevaluate it. It's not a huge deal. We could do a you're like, we're really right, but then if we're not, we're wrong. Yeah, no dub, oopsie. What I was gonna say is if we didn't quite get that fib retracement right, and it ends up dropping and slumping to that 6, then it's going to be a retest on the 6-minute EMA. I'm going to get rid of this now, so I know where that is. This was the zone I had picked out yesterday. We may just bleed through it. We'll see. It's having some trouble here. If it's a shallow S-curve, it just bounces and it heads back up. And what would happen is in a shallow S-curve is you would have a rebound that goes over this top here. And then it probably just kind of squeezes up. And usually we see like a, a big spike and then kind of a flattening here. And then it continues. So that's the shallow S-curve model. If it doesn't do a shallow S-curve, it just fully S-curves, and we're probably going to go down to that 618 level down here at 516. It actually isn't a really good spot to do a shallow, so I'm hoping it does, but let me do a quick measurement. So I bought back in. I don't know. You guys do whatever you want to do. But this is a trade that has a lot of familiarity to me, so I'm trying to just trust my gut on it. If the thing goes south, it goes south. I'm not gonna complain. Right. Actually, yeah, it isn't a good spot for it. So I think this didn't push over the high, but it's I'm gonna get rid of this one. it's got to come over 533.37. So if you're waiting for a better buy-in on whatever stock, and you're just kind of looking at the index as like maybe a guide, this could be a shallow S-curve right here. And if it pops above 533.37, that's a really good signal. And then you would wait for a backup. Probably backs up to the creek, so it might have a pretty steep backup. And then it goes, and it's pretty darn bullish if that happens. Alternatively, this could, if we have some trouble, there's another alternative to that shallow S-curve, which is an auto reaction that begins to produce a range. Not as big of a fan of this one, but it's essentially just the same thing as always. Basically, you're going to get like some kind of like an M-top with like a spring, and then you would break out like later in the day, something like that. And those are just the bullish scenarios here, okay? Bearish scenario is not really, in my opinion, that bearish right now. I think going down to the 618, it's really the exact same thing. It's just like take these things and put them lower and maybe even a little steeper, and then that's the same. It would be pretty much the same backup. The only thing I can see about being really bearish would be to be coming down to below this level here and then this level here, which is really far. I mean, in theory, that is where the creek is. So if this came all the way back down, it would be really ugly, but it could still bounce again and have a pretty decent bounce. I would suggest if it comes that low, it's probably bearish because that's below where it took off. So I'm going to go ahead and make a line here on this bottom and suggest to you that it should it come beneath 497.94, so maybe 498 if you just want an easier number. Should it come below 498, I think that SPY might be a bit bearish again. I don't think that's very likely right now. After the news and the pop yesterday, that would be pretty strange. I just don't think it's done. So my call out, if you're curious, was everything to kind of continue upward until about maybe an hour or so after lunchtime today. And that might be the extent of the move for now. It's a big move. I mean, it's huge. As you guys are aware, it's historic, which is crazy. And I take it like a lot of people probably were not watching for anything yesterday and were caught off guard, and that's totally normal. I had posted about it early in the morning that seemed a bit ridiculous, but I was like, I'm going to go ahead and buy in because it's cheap enough. If it pops, it could be a huge move. Again, under normal circumstances, buying in at like a few pennies here and having this thing pop 20-30% would yield like a humongous return. But because the implied volatility is so ridiculously high, it's not really been very lucrative. So if you missed out on it, maybe from a share standpoint, you'd be kind of bummed out. But my guess is that most of you, if you're like me, your whole portfolio like probably lifted quite a bit. You know, so you're probably a bit happier today with the whole portfolio lifting. The option positions is what I'm saying. They probably didn't move that much. Tesla moved quite a bit. So I bought SPY again. But I'm also like already in that trade. So I think Tesla might be a good buy if it shows me some teeth here, but I've also got to settle cash and stuff like that, so I don't know what I can afford. Tesla moved pretty far. Those options did move. So unlike the S&P 500, which did not budge at all, it moved like 1 penny. You know, I think at most this was like maybe like a 200% move, which is still pretty big, but I don't know, man. I think it should have been much bigger, and it's already like squashed. So, not trying to be a complainer. I'm really not. I'm very, 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 very happy and very fortunate about what we saw yesterday. I am, but I'm just trying to like figure out what's the best trade here, because shares only might be the best if you can afford to do shares on something that you think is going to pop. If you can afford to do a lot of shares on them, then maybe a good idea. You know, you're going to take a risk on these option chains right now because they're just so ridiculously stagnant. I digress a little bit. I said something earlier. I want to finish saying it. So someone had said like there was, well, don't you think this is going to be like a bull trap? I think this is just a bull trap. And my response was yes, but I don't think it's a big enough bull trap. I think it's missing a bigger move. And this is kind of a great example of it right here. Do you see the iterative nature of NU in these bounces? I mean, it looks like a ball that's kind of losing momentum, right? But each of these was doing the same thing, up and then down, up and then down, and it's making lower lows. But this push out, this is what I'm trying to say, this push out came back above the top. So let me clear this gunk up real quick so I can show you what I mean. This is old, pretty darn good. This was the, you guys are like, wait a minute. Is that, yeah, this is the call out I had from way back here. I thought it would come lower first and then go up and over. So I got that part wrong. But I also thought it would stop here, and it didn't stop here. So, but this is actually the same exact number that I had, or like of these three earlier. And I think it's pretty cool. It actually did come back down. So that was actually a really good call out for NU, but I didn't think it was going to happen the way it happened. It's weird how those triangulations sometimes work out, but you're like, how in the world it did not go the way I thought it was going to go to get there? And it just did not. So let me clean this up just a little bit, and then we'll take a look and I'll show you what I mean. Yeah, let's get rid of that, and we don't need this one. This was a weird one, and we'll talk about that maybe some other time. I might need to consider that. I'm going to keep this marker on the chart. So this is a widening right here, and then this is really important because this is the level that it hit on February 24th. And I was talking about it yesterday. We kind of had an incomplete analysis in some ways, and I don't want to get more hopium going, but we didn't really talk about what that would mean for a larger iteration to explore that same idea. And it could be, maybe not all the stocks are going to do this, but it could be that there's a repetition of levels there. So what I mean is that, for example, this is an iteration right here. And I'm going to use a different color, but we'll do like a red or something, okay? That's an iteration, and then this is another one right here. And the reason I'm saying that is because everything's basically the same on these walkdowns. Then there's a third one right here. So I'm positive that they're pretty much the same. This is the way I've seen all the charts lately, and I'm like, yeah, they're all looking exactly the same. So I'm not even going to bother really doing the analysis, even though it might seem a little lazy. I don't think this is ultra bullish, so don't hear me wrong. I just think that right now this is like a cat ear kind of iteration. So it usually kind of iterates the same thing over and over between the two ears. So this would be like one ear over here, potentially. When we say ears, we're really just talking about wave tops and wave bottoms, okay? This would be a wave bottom, and then you'd have another wave top over here somewhere. All right, and that gives you the May-June boost that you're expecting. So the wave lengths are about right. Okay, the iterations are showing actually that there's SOWs here, weaknesses. This is a sign of weakness. See this drop here in between there? because it hit that, comes up high and then goes low, even if it rebounds, it's still like a potential weakness. I think very likely is a weakness. So I don't want to like split hairs, but I do think that that means that between the ears looks pretty weak right now. Like, and this is going to be like a relief rally that ultimately doesn't go anywhere particularly great. Probably looks good for a minute and then it gets destroyed. And what's worse about these is that it's often like a cliffhanger moment where you think it's going to go. I'm looking at this and I actually think this is already correct. I think this marker right here on NU is probably the right one. They marked it off twice here, and usually in the between the ears you get some indication on a cross, and that looks correct. So I'm thinking that NU can come back to probably near $12.80 or $13. There's a gap here as well. So, and then I think the steeper creek is like there. I think it's going to try to come back up to that level. Now, here's what's interesting. All right. While we're waiting for the market to kind of figure out which direction it wants to go, and I think it might be going back up, we're going to look at this very simply. So iteration 1, breakout here after this shrunk down all the way. It's going all the way back up to the middle of the ears. So is it possible this is still iterating? Yeah, it is, because notice this iteration right here goes all the way back up to between the ears as well. So there's two markers here. It's going to be kind of hard. I know it's still kind of messy, but this is a good one to do for, I don't think it came high enough, but I'm going to leave it at that. And then this one actually came up. So that's not the right way to do it. I should have done it like this. And then like this. Okay. So NU doesn't look like it's done yet. It needs to kind of keep moving. So they got weaker and weaker progressively. But this one has to kind of breach this outer wall. So it's there right now, and that's a big part of this, because as soon as, if this happens, right, as soon as this breaks out, you've now like kind of changed character, is what we call it. Now, I think it may have already happened in this bottom with the news. My thought is it's going to try to do one more iteration, and it's going to fail to make a lower low. So my thought is it's going to try to push down. It could be today, it could be next week. We'll see. Okay, I know you guys are like, well, you were just saying it was going to be like now. I don't know. All I can tell you is that Thursday was the triangulation. Hopeful that it's now, but if it goes higher, that still it doesn't mean it can't iterate again. Because if it comes up pretty high and breaks out here, it could still try to iterate again and come down into next week. It's just doing it from a higher point. The point is you want to see a change of character, and that would be a big change. So if it does it again and it cannot break down low, this is kind of what we were looking at AMC too. Maybe another one before the 15th. I think that's a change. It's a backup to this particular level around 986. And then if it breaks, you have what's called a expansion. So this would be a little weird, but you have seen this before. You've probably seen it and maybe not really known what you were looking at. You see these big up thrusts that kind of go and like check these boxes all of a sudden, right? And you're like, oh, yeah, I have seen that. Like these kind of 1, 2, 3 tops. I don't think they're always exactly that cut and dry, but they do tend to look pretty similar. Okay. Now, is that it? Well, it might be. It might be that simple going into earnings or something like that, you know. I don't know. Don't know how long it takes exactly. But I think you're likely going to start seeing that each of these is somehow tied to news about something or other, and that each of these works itself out now. So iteration 1 would go here to here. Iteration 2 probably here to here. Skips 1, goes to the next. Iteration 3, this actually may end up having like a really crazy move at like earnings. If it's strong, I think it could have a triple top kind of motion here. And it may end up looking like pretty ridiculous before the end. And then we go into like a cattier motion, so on and so forth. I'm giving it a really bullish outlook right here on NU. It's a pretty strong stock. Others, I might not do that, but you would see something like this. Boom, boom. And this is straight from the quote-unquote master fractal, because on the master fractal, you guys, I don't even know what you're talking about. This is so long ago. On the master fractal, you have the M shape in the middle, and then you actually have like a big pop, and then you have these weird like little flat ledges until you get to the end. And then it does this like compression, and it drops. Sometimes it does like a bigger ear, but that's like the way that the thing works out on the outside of the move, right? And there's a wave cross here, so on and so forth on this wave up and then back down. You can do it like that if it makes more sense to you. It really usually ends up looking more like this without all the extra noise. So this middle is a breakout, and then these are like fulfilling, weirdly enough, they're kind of like fulfilling the shrinking that happened here. So you have like a shrinking and then an expansion. It almost always looks like that. So that's what I'm expecting, like a series of like up thrust motions that are kind of like pushing up to the top. Everything's a bit distributive, but it's still getting a lot of buy-in because the market's so crazy active that people are like really watching and paying attention. In an event like this, if it's based on like one or two things, it could be dramatic. Like, it could be really, really dramatic. You could have like a really huge spike, one drawdown, and then a second really huge spike. There's not like a perfect cookie cutter way. So I'm suggesting things, but I'm telling you that it's still going to be a little bit based on news, because they probably will use that to help catalyst FOMO and stuff. So at the moment, we're waiting to see if we get that final push out. But then as we go along, we should start seeing that these iterations have changed character. So we'll start seeing major creeks kind of break and see big pops. And I think it's not quite going there, is it? It's like kind of in the middle of what I drew. It's always in the middle. I think you might see something kind of crazy on the S&P 500, because just like we're looking at with NU, those iterations are there. They're really, really, really steep. And I did not believe that a V-shaped recovery was likely here, but based on this news cycle and the extremity of all these kind of flip-flops, my thought is that over the next 60 days or so, and it does look right to me. I don't know how they do this, guys. It's like the whole thing is somehow, like, how is that baked in to go to June 6th, you know? Somebody knows something. They're telling the president, hey, you really should do 60 days. Like, come on. Really? You know? Anyways, I think that's going to be the length of the move probably. This is exactly what we had anyways on the chart. I'm just kind of dumbfounded by that. Sorry, that's why I was like, really? Is it Booksy? No, really it is. Like, I had June 12th as my like topping date. So give me a break. So, you know what I mean? So yeah, what you'll see is that the first move here, if it does pop all the way to what we think it might pop to, which is 583, has actually broken this major creek right here. And that's a widening, so it's not like the best one, but it is there. It's really extreme. Super extreme. I would put it back here. But the spread is kind of like this. It's really bizarre. Yeah, so the target for that would be back to 600. So it's possible that I'm like way undershooting it here with the other kind of math that we did. This is like really low. This is almost more bearish. But it may be that this pops to like 582. That's a change because it's breaking over the creek. And then we iterate again. So we do the same downward iteration. But this time it's not successful. It's like a really nasty flush. And then probably starts doing some crazy weird stuff here with like sideways and then breaks out again or something. I don't know. Earnings season is coming around. So any of those big ones having big breakout earnings could cause some serious motion. But I think there'll be one big push here and then a huge drawback down to this floor. And then we'll have to recross the creek. So probably would look like this if it goes. I don't know. I think May 2nd, first week of May, there's a lot of earnings. So we'll have to look at the FOMC calendar. Does anyone know if there's an FOMC meeting coming up April, May? Just without me looking. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I talked about GME a little bit already this morning, but I have it going to about 27, maybe 27.5, that level. And I think it's front running the market. So I think this backup that we're experiencing to some degree on SPY and everything right now is like what happened here on GME. That's my opinion. But it's 9:30, so my call out was that it'd be around 9:30, or I guess it'd be 10:30 if it's Eastern time, that it would break out, and it's breaking out. So let me just tell you that that's just a simple draw through from the bottom to the top target. That's just the halfway point. That's all it is. But it also had to do with where this might back up to and how long it might take to get over. Has it made the appropriate move yet? No. It has not made a higher high. So unfortunately, even though I did say, yeah, maybe it happens now, we need to see a real pop above this target level. The market on the whole will probably respond if SPY starts moving. We need to see that pop. That's got to be the first thing. This zone right here. I don't really care if it rejects and then takes longer to go. I mean, it could go at noon for all I care, you know. That's what this one looks like, kind of around noon. That's fine. That wouldn't hurt my feelings. In fact, with extended trading hours, that might actually make sense. I think there was another marker there. So let me check. Yeah. With extended trading hours on, this looks actually pretty correct. That second one I drew. It's funny how that works. Right around there. I'm just going to fix the level, but that is what I would expect. So, yeah, isn't that weird? Some days I feel completely lost in the market. And then other days I feel like some kind of stock whisperer. I really couldn't tell you. Still, if it doesn't come over the top, I don't know what to tell you. I don't think it's hyper bullish if it doesn't come over the top. So we don't do that. We still got to contend with potentially going back down. Where do I see it pulling back to after 27? I'm not sure yet. I don't. GME and AMC are both a little different. So GME is ahead, and AMC is like behind. AMC is starting to look like it's just doing the bounce and go, which is what I drew out yesterday. And maybe it doesn't have the slump, which is kind of nice, just to kind of go. Technically, this target would have been missed if it went down. So my thought is that was going to be like a pivot if it was not a... Does that make sense? So like a pivot point if it's not a top. So I would have thought if this is weak, it distributes here and just drops down and then pivots and kind of becomes like a negative beta, if you will. GME, though, is like a head. And I think when I saw that was the first kind of moment when it ran. I don't vocalize everything, so I don't want to, belay that point too much because I think that that's just sort of like a trust me bro thing. But I really was thinking about like, that's kind of weird that it ran and the rest of the market was really red, really, really red. And it just happened to have good news. And I'm like, I wonder if the market's just waiting for good news. When the that fake news came out about the 60-day and it popped, it sort of triggered in the back of my head this thought that this thing is ready to go. Like the market's desperate to go back up. And that's when I started looking at the trajectories again. Like, where does it want to go? So a lot of this has been sort of inference, and it started with GME because it's like it's really strange to me that popped while the rest of the market was down, and it sort of was like front running, I think, a bullish news cycle, right? There's a gap up here. That's an easy one to do. Okay, if it hits the gap, pullbacks are straightforward. I think you're just going to look at this as a channel. So it hits the gap today at noon or whatever, or 1 o'clock. We can come back down to like 25, or there's a level right here at like $25. If it starts to do a distribution cycle on the top here, I don't want to say that's it, but it is kind of like the top here of the wave. So the rest of the market looks like it might pump and then draw back down pretty far. And I know that this is going to bum people out, but it's really going to depend on where you are when that happens. So like if you're in a really bullish spot when that happens, like you're above your creeks on a particular stock, I think that could end very, very well for you. If you're below a creek on that particular spot, you could be looking at a spring during a drawdown, or you could be looking at a new low. I do think the market's going to be pretty one-to-one in this particular way. So where would GME be if it pops here and then it has a big drawdown? I would have to look at this as like this is the middle of the cat ear, like I said, and that we're kind of approaching the top. And so I don't know if you guys recall, and you probably don't at this point, because I deleted it a little while ago after that big pullback because it just was confusing. But when we first talked about this, I said I thought it would come up and then you're going to have a middle of the ear, right, which should look like this. I don't know if you guys recall this. And I said that if it's like if you go back a couple weeks before earnings, I guess it was almost a month ago now, this is what I had on my chart. This is still like the same thing. It's just doing it really extreme-like. So this is the middle of the ear right here. That's the zone. I have it marked off on my chart. And I think that's still correct. So I'm not going to like, actually it looks really right. It looks like it hit those two lows and then took off. So I'm not going to like say that's not the same. I think it's the same. I'm not throwing it out. But what that means is that when it comes up, it has to make the cross in order to be bullish. So one motif was like this. The other had it going up and over in like a bullish breakout. And they're pretty distinctly different, as you can tell. There are some ways that these can be kind of tricky and make you think it's one thing, but it's something else. And I think we did I thought we did like a bunch of these little doodles, but maybe it was on a different chart. Because I did like a demo about what that would look like if it's bearish versus bullish on the tops. But so this is still much the same, I think. If you have a drawdown after you hit the top here, how far does it go back? This is pretty dramatic. Does this look like a regular top, like a 4 top? No, it's like ridiculously steep. So while I can tell you that I think this is still going on, I can't tell you exactly that that's where it needs to happen. So what we would have to do is kind of look at a new, it's not that complicated. We just have to do the chart with what's there, not with what we're kind of thinking about. That's just the concept. Now we have to do it with what's actually there. So I would be looking at this as this is complicated. I'm not really seeing anything that indicates this should be coming down just yet here. There's one creek right there that's really, really steep. That's this one here. That's the only one I can see. I can see the wick up to it and then from it with the close. I think that might be the best one to keep on the chart as a bad, like low creek. And then to the upside, you're really looking at, I'll make this side smaller. This was just for the triangulation and the levels. This is the really crazy diagram that I'm using. And yeah, and there's an SOW there too. So clearly like somebody here wants to go back down. That push beneath the low there should not be ignored. It went to a high and then immediately came down to a new low. Don't ignore those markers. They're always important. So that's where I would place that. That makes sense. That's dropping under 20. Kind of looks like it's going back to this 1975 level, which would be the middle of these years in some ways. It's just really, every time we're going down, we're just kind of targeting the next level down. So that makes sense. That's like right there at 1980 something. And then you'd probably do it again and drop again. So that's a really nasty drawdown. Then let's look at more bullish upside possibility. Let me think about this. I need to be a little bit critical about it. So normally if you have ear 1 and ear 2, what you don't want is you don't want to stop on the cross wave here and reject. And then you don't want to do that because then you end up going backwards this way, which we think that might be it. I'm not 100% sure on that, but we think that might be it. Or I do anyways. I think that might be it. So one drawdown might just be to come down to here again to kind of test this level again. And that might be the actual like M cross in the middle. We can still see upside. But then I want to see where the other one is. So this is one. This is more confusing than the others. 1, 2. This is really confusing. So this could be quite steep. This could be very, very, very steep. Yeah, this could come all the way back down to 24 again, 24.20, this level. I was trying to figure out like why, because I see it, I can see it here as a level, and I was trying to see like where is there a secondary justification for that, and it's right here on this top. It's already like baked in right here. That angle down. So yeah, if it comes up high, it may have a really steep drawdown. And then if the market rallies again, then we'll probably see where it goes. Like over here. So this would be a break of that. This has to be like a break of that trend. All right, I'm starting to get a better picture now. Remember, there's always like a bear and a bull option. It's not just one or the other. So this drops back down. It goes really low. The others on our charts are like jumping creeks though. Like in those drawdown periods, we're talking about if it goes up and comes back, it has to kind of re-jump the creek. So why would that be the same for GME? There's no creek here. Except for this one, which is super low. Oh man. Let me try something else here. Yeah, so there will be a distinct possibility that this could be a really long drawdown because of the nature of the setup. It's like ear 1, ear 2. This ear being so steep, And this being such a hugely massive cross, this could be like a really nasty top. So that's probably what the bear top would look like. I'm going to leave that because I think that's correct. You're going to have some kind of a slump, and then it would like hook and fail to kind of continue. But a bull cross here should go all the way up back to this marker, probably back to the top here, which is really close to what we think the market might do. If the market goes to like 600, for example, the S&P, if it does the back up and it holds and it doesn't have some ridiculous move, this could end up pumping up pretty far. And I know this is going to sound really crazy, but if you're looking at this chart and you're kind of just staring at it, it may not even be that unrealistic to think that this comes all the way back down and then pops again. And as insane as that sounds, it may be possible because I'm like staring at it, looking at this shape, and I'm like, I don't know, man. If it got down there, like at the same time that SPY's doing a drawdown and SPY's about to go to 600, I know it's a lot of if statements, but I actually think that could still be really bullish because you'd have a really steep creek here, and all it has to do is like break it. I don't know. There's a lot of if statements there, but anyways, we'll try to keep it as like black and white as we can for now. So this is a really extreme kind of boom, boom, boom compression here. It's just a really extreme version of a cat ear. So you got like hooks and then a major hooks. But I think if it's bullish, it probably just goes right back up and over because that's what happens here on the cross. It's like you might have a backup, but if it's bullish, what happens is the market will rally and then it'll go back to it's just a backup, and you go back into a SOS. So I'm missing something. Like there's some information that's not here. I don't know where it is because this bar doesn't give it to me, which is not good. This is not it. There should have been like a marker in the middle between here, and there's not. Let's go to like 1 hour. Let me see. I guess that is the marker. I don't know. It's really high. That's the cut between the ears. That's the cut between the ears. And it is trending that way right now. All right, well, I don't really like how extreme it is. But I guess at some point, if this did back up, this could be like a lot wider. So we're not there yet. Don't have that information yet. So it still looks like this $38 area might still be probable. This zone. The bulls are still targeting it. So you see the acceleration of the motions? They're still targeting that area. That's like May 5th. I don't know. This is very, very different than the rest of the market. So GME's got some weird stuff going on because of all the crazy news. Yeah, it'd have to be here. So what you would see is a pump that goes high and then it drops back down and then it goes again. And I don't want to say that's a squeeze, but if the market goes into that motion, this seems pretty likely. And I don't know, again, exactly what that might look like because we're not quite there yet. We don't have enough information. That looks correct, though. So I'm going to leave that. The best thing to do in this case is just look at where the bulls are already going. And they're going up to this zone at 36, so trying to get back to the top. But if we're thinking this is like a false rally, and I know this is weird, but we've talked about this before. Remember I said that there might be some kind of like a fake pump, and then it drops all the way back down, which seems ridiculous for me, I'm like, that's really unusual that it would do that. But I'm starting to stare at this like, well, didn't it just do it right here? Like it just did the same thing. And that was like a precursor to what we experienced. So it already did it once. We may actually just experience like a massive widening here and draw back down. As weird as that may seem to some, I don't know. That might not be out of the question here because of this. Maybe like some dilutive thing at 36 or something. I don't know. That could draw you all the way back. That's a very strange thing to say. But so was saying that the market was going to squeeze yesterday. So sometimes the market is bizarre. Yeah, I think that's really weird because we had talked about the possibility of this pumping up, but I kept looking at the chart like it's the way that the iterations are going, you would expect another one of these to happen. And then it would draw back down and do like another cat ear, but it'd be really steep and like compressed. And we looked at that earlier in the year, like last year, and did like a diagram, and it just looked like a huge weird widening thing going on. Like it would eventually work out into like a massive pump and dump kind of schematic. Which makes me kind of nervous because if it is indeed doing something like that, that could draw us into something that I'm not really prepared for. Like mentally. I can't even imagine what something like that would look like. It's almost insane to think about it. But it does seem like that might be the case. So we may end up seeing like 36 and then seeing like 17 if that happens because of the way this is built. Oh my gosh. I didn't even notice that before. That setup. Yeah, so we're not really moving anywhere. The market's kind of stopped short, but more concerned about that push, and I don't think we put over the high because I had a marker set up. So volume dropped off quite a bit. It looks really mechanical. This looks like a larger version of a slumping cat ear. So it's looking kind of meh right now. So what I look for is clear SOW, which is like where the breakdowns may happen. And then that has already happened here twice, that push down. So when that occurs, then you mark that off because there's a bearish push that's happening. And they're not letting it go the other way. We're not getting any higher highs. So unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be that simple today. I mean, I hope it is. I hope it still just rips the other way. So let me explain what I mean. So one of the things that often will seem to get wrong, but it's just kind of the nature of the market, is that you can have it expand out. So if you think this is it, right? You think this is like the overall motion, you're like, oh, that's the cat ear. It's going to go back up and break out. But, you know, you can have the same exact motion in a much larger format as well. And that's what this looks like to me. It looks like it's an expansion. The problem is that what happened here was that after it came down once, it bounced and then made a new low. So you would look at that same thing and say, well, it came down here, it bounced. This would then probably make a new low, and it already has. So the iterations are still continuing. And this low goes pretty low. I mean, you would probably expect it to drop down. This might end up being like the 0.5 hit. I still don't want it to go below this white line you see at 525. I mean, that would be ideal to not do that. So we'll look for a change of character. But right now, that's kind of where it is. Let me look extended hours. Yeah, it's a big slump. That's a distributive action, and then it slumps down. What you're not seeing right now is not loading on the chart. That's all extended hours. There we go. So now, unfortunately, that backup is kind of showing itself as a bit of a hook there. So whatever. Doesn't really mean much to me because I think that you have to look at that as just, it is what it is. It's a resistance and just leave it at that. What about bull side here, Buxy? There. What are you doing, Buxy? The cross is probably the best tool you have. Creeks are great. They just talk about resistance and raising it and lowering it, and or supports. Creeks and ice, whatever you want to call it. But the cross is the magic bullet. That's the one that gives you something that you just don't see very often in the market, which is a refresher target for something. And it's not that complex. It's really just a wave. In this case, what we can do is we can measure out, approximate anyways, the distance that it might take. And this jumped over, it's kind of looking like now, if that is real, because that's where it dropped from it. It's like really, really soon. I know I said like 30 minutes ago that it was now, but this zone right here, this hour right here was kind of the block. So to me, that wave up, wave down should be complete, at least with extended hours on. It probably looks different without extended hours on. It probably looks longer. But it would be like right there. So then the end result is probably going to be a retest of that gap, that pre-market, after hours to pre-market gap. That's the triangulation you look for. So going from that cross here, so remember you got supports and then you got resistances, one more support and then resistances. That's what defines that marker. That's the trend that's being lost. We're pushing away from it, heading to low liquidity, or heading low for liquidity, I should say. You have a motion like this that you want to see. We haven't seen it yet. We know the level we want to break above to get there. We're also going to have to get back above this guy too. But we're starting to do a pretty good job, I think, of defining where those markers are. So we're getting more and more information, which is nice. Yeah, so it looks like even if this were the bottom, you'd probably have another point here and then your final point over here, which I think, unfortunately, does look like it matches what I had as the upper triangulation. So we will see. I'm hoping that means that we don't just stop short, but that looks way over now without extended hours on. It's always weird to see these lines change. Well, Mikey, I wasn't looking at your stuff, but it looks like you have a very similar idea of like going way up and back down, which, I mean, it seems kind of crazy, but it is kind of the way it's trending right now, like the way that the GME is building out. It does look like it go up pretty high, maybe even 36. I think 32 is probably more realistic, but the triangulations have been pretty high here, so really just talking about the top. It's that simple. Back right to the top, like 34. And then, yeah, potentially all the way back down. Seems kind of ridiculous. So this, yeah, I don't like 5 minute for cup and handle. Cup and handles are traditionally not very reliable on the short term because there's not much here like to go off of. And a cup and handle or a bowl and handle like this right here, I'd say, yeah, maybe. It's got enough days on it that you could say maybe. You just have to be able to see enough information that this is bear side, bull side. And as long as that's true and you have enough information, then yeah, that's potentially correct. What's weird is that the way that I did it before, it's the same measurement. So you basically have a 50-50 to the upside here, potential. So that would go all the way up to maybe 324. And I think I said like 317 would be like low. But what you do with a cup and handle is you just measure to the top, and then you would measure from the handle break here. So that would be even lower. But either way, you're talking about a squeeze motion probably once you break over there. And that's only just one piece of it. But normally, no, I don't really like doing cup and handle because they're not technically very reliable unless you have a lot of time. Like that gigantic one that happened on gold for like years. That is a stronger cup and handle. Yeah, this is still definitely the intended pivot target. Well, at least we're getting more and more confirmation that this is kind of right, so I'm happy about that. I don't know. I'm not really sure what to make of those kinds of things. People will say, you know, arbitrage and all this other junk. People find ways of, I don't know. I don't know if I buy into that stuff, but an exchange traded fund is supposed to be like a token or like a unit that represents something. I've heard weird arguments on GME that people are using different things to cover short positions. Some of them seem really legit to me, and then some just seem kind of way out there, like people just trying to find something and then they find something and they think that's the answer. And it's like, well, I do the same thing on charts, but I always try to go back and see if I can see it a different way. It's really hard to do that if you're trying to thread data together. But in terms of like just trading it, I don't know. It's just a personal preference. The 2 and 3x ETFs or 2 and 3x leveraged, if they're not an ETF, sometimes they're just leveraged against a particular ticker or against an ETF that already exists. They're great if you can't play options and you want really high exposure to a move, but they're really dangerous because they decay. And that has to do with percentages if you think about it. But they also typically, it has to do with percentage moves up and down and how that relates to the number that's there. But it has more to do with, it's like that concept married with the concept of how they calculate their 2x, 3x kind of stuff. Because they usually do it on a day-to-day basis, which means it resets every day. There's reasons for that. But check out the formulas because it mathematically means that the position might actually, it might not actually return what you think it returns, especially long term, if you're holding something more than a day or two. So they're not really designed to buy and hold forever. That's what I'm trying to say. If you look at some of the comparison charts, you'd understand what I'm talking about. Because it may seem that, oh, well, this stock had X upside for years, but the downward motions and the upward motions are day to day on these 2x, 3x things, and it changes the way the chart looks, and the numbers and the ratios are just very different. So if you held that over time, you probably would not make 2x, and that's just the way the math works out. So they're not good for long-term positions, in my opinion. I don't think the math supports it at all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if you could say that, a new tool to manipulate. I really don't know. Maybe. But that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know. That's not my thing. And I don't want to make it my thing. So if you ask me about manipulation, I'll tell you that the whole market's manipulated, but that's part of the design as well. of a free market, because if you think about a free market, the only way to have it not be manipulated is to limit every single entity to only being able to buy one share. Where like if I buy a share of a company, then it's equal to BlackRock's share of a company. But if that's not the case, and that's not the case in the market, then it's not possible to avoid what people call market manipulation. Everybody's looking for like these crazy abstract ways that people manipulate the market. Don't get me wrong. There's all kinds of little corners to hide in the market. There's all kinds of weird things you can do. And I know that these are things that are done. So I'm not ignorant of that. I believe it. With like naked shorting and stuff like that. Totally believe it. But the simplest answer is often the truth. The simplest truth. And I think it's often the answer. And so there's a very simple explanation for why the market's manipulated. And that's that somebody else has more money than you. Like they're holding all the cards because they can push the stock around and we cannot. And that table kind of flipped a little bit for GME, and that's one of the reasons that it was such a historic moment. Even if they essentially like cut retail off, in which is what they did, which was criminal. But ultimately they didn't want it to continue to squeeze. So ever since then, I think it's been back to kind of regular business. But they've had to put more money into their efforts to combat retail. Because the truth also is that high shorts, if you look at, especially with Wyckoff theory, if you look at what qualifies as a good operator-driven stock, high shorts, which means high short interest, and lots of retail. So they actually benefit from there being a high interest in GME. It means they can make more money on it. As long as they know how to manipulate it, they'll just make more money. And the only thing that GME has done drastically different than some of the other stocks in the market is the buy and hold, which has largely probably only been true for GME over the last few years. I think they've done a really good job of shaking out most other people in most other stocks. And I think it's evidenced by the amount that they've gone down. And GME has not. Because no one's adding extra sell pressure when they're getting cooked. So when people say stuff like GME is the true squeeze, I kind of believe that they're right. I do think that AMC and the like will probably move with them, or with the whole squeeze moment, and that it is being planned for, and that the manipulation is part of that. And I'm okay with that. I've kind of come to terms with that at this point. Like, it doesn't bother me. It bothers some people. They like really want to buck against it. And I'm like, I don't really care. I'd rather, in the meantime, just trade the way I see it. It's moving, and then at the right time be in the right place to profit from it. Because it's ultimately just about you and your position. And for GME, it's a little different. I think that the whole of the movement is still, the core of it is still very alive and well. So do I think that the manipulation happens? Yes. Do I think these ETFs will be used? Yes. That's my answer. But a big part of manipulation, in my opinion, is just having more money. I can't put $1 million orders on any stock I want to put $1 million orders on. You know, I can't own 30 million shares of a company. But Vanguard can do that without breaking a sweat. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a tiny, tiny portion of their portfolio. So that's an issue. You know what I mean? There's nothing else to be said about it. I like this. I like this motion. Really like this motion, guys. This is nice. This is the kind of stuff that typically for me is a stronger indication of bullish price action. Now, the top here definitely has the UT, which is that up thrust. But I like the arc. I really do. I'm a big fan of that, especially after a drop like this. I really like it. Really? Because it looks like it's going parabolic, Booksy. Exactly. But it's not. I think it's a positive sign. You don't usually see this motion and it end up being really bad. Now, if it were the opposite, if it were like this motion, I'd be like, we're screwed. Because this almost always ends as like a crapped out pump and dump. This is like completely the opposite of what you see with the distribution motion, which is nice. I'm not really bothered if it has a massive spike down or something like that. I think it's probably going to happen before it rallies, but I'm liking the motion here. I like that this chop is happening. Looks like a flag to me, low. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's going to rip this afternoon or very soon. Tell me exactly when it's going to happen. Let me get my crystal ball out of the tree, out of my money tree that I have in my backyard. The genie usually has it, so I'll have to go ask him for it. Oh. There he is. There's the crass, sarcastic turd that we all hate to love or love to hate. the Booksy brand. I guess this is an example where it didn't really work out, this arc motion. So, I mean, there's another example. But maybe that's okay because, again, we were talking about earlier that iterative motion. So I think it's a good thing that this is happening so high and dry, frankly. Like, it's way up here. If that's all they've got for this backup, I think we're in good shape. Man, the market really doesn't want to let it go early. Let's take a look here. Yeah, it'd have to be some kind of a massive drop rebound. What's up, dirtbag? Nice. Glad we're all friends here. This is really low, so I mean there is a unfortunate truth to this. If it does do that and iterate the way it looks visually, this is really low. So this is like an ear 1 with an ear 2. This is going to come down all the way back to like basically where it started. And frankly, if it happens, I'm going to just tell you, like, I genuinely think it's because shorts got caught unawares, or some shorts got caught unawares, and they're just throwing a lot of money to bring it back. Because a bull operator here would not let it go all the way back down, very likely. Unless they need to load up more shorts and they got out too many. I don't think that's likely. So I'm kind of flipping the a little bit here because I'm talking about this as its own. I just don't see it. I guess I'm struggling going back and forth because I don't really see it being bearish, but it's not impossible if it drops through this level and it's already trying that it sinks. It just seems too like low. That would be really ugly. it's kind of inconsistent with you see on these other rebounds because there's no secondary motion up. All right, I need to get my head out of the sand here. Let's start looking at some other stuff. I don't know. It looks like it's just missing a top to me. Like it looks like it's missing a piece. I still think it looks more like the shallow S-curve right now, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. I have the marker on the chart, and if it breaks above it, I think we'll know pretty quick which direction it's going to go. So this is like the motif, and we were talking about it needed to come up higher. It never did. So my concern is more about the, with extended hours on and everything like that, looking at the overall motion here, it just hasn't made a higher high. So it's just pressing. And if they're successful and they're trying really hard and they just dip below, then they're going to try to instigate a sell down. Bears. What a waste of a 10% move. Just let the bears out. Let me double check. So it does look like a 1-2. It's too small though. It's missing the whole other part. That's what I'm trying to say. It's missing this other motion here. It's just not there. It should be there. I think we're going to get it. I don't know. I'm back and forth, but I genuinely think we're going to get it. What do you mean it's missing the other part, Booksy? Well, an M shape is, this is what you see. You see an M top, drop, M top, drop. Usually, if I were just doing it like in a really generic kind of no frills way, I would just show you like this. We've gone through this before. I don't want to go way deep into this because I know I do the ear 1 as really spiky and then the ear 2 is flat. But this is really what it is because, and if you think about it, it makes perfect sense because all it is like each one has an M, and then this is like a W. If you want to like invert it, you can invert it, you know, and it's essentially all the same. So what you're getting is you're getting like a creek jump here. So the way I have this drawn is a little weird, but you're getting like a creek jump here and you're going over the top. And then if you're in a bad spot, you know, you might come all the way back down. Depending on where that is, it could be kind of bearish, it could be kind of bullish. Sometimes it's really high and elevated. It could be quite bullish, especially if it's like up here or something. Because then it's like, oh, that's not really bad. You know, you're making a higher low, you push up. So this is the basic generic shape of a wave. Up, down, okay? Super straightforward. And the iterative nature of it is that this is also like an M. And then every one of these also has like a double M kind of appearance to it as well. Sometimes, again, easier to see than other times. And I'm having to make it like super tiny. But you get the picture. So this would also be like a micro version of the whole. All right, so that's the generic version of wave formation. So this looks like a 1-2 that pushed against the creek, and then we're doing a 3 and then a 4. We're missing 4. 4 is not there. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because this is the one that makes the stock tick. It's the final bit. And I've done this schematic a lot on this stream, but lately we haven't had as many people on here, so I'll do it kind of as the same way. And if this is bullish, like really bullish, sometimes you'll just get that 3-4 as a cross up and over, and it almost doesn't even look like it's there. So you'll get like a 3, and then the 4 will just be like a breakout, because if this is like an SOS, which this looks like, then the 3 ends up being just like the breakout move, and the 4 ends up being like a big pullback after, which is what I've been trying to argue about the right side looking like this. So hold on just a second. All right, I'm going to take a break in a minute to go check something out. My son wants to see something, so. I'll do that in a minute, but we'll just kind of finish this thought. Yeah. All right, so we're missing like a 3-4. So like in some cases, if this is particularly bad, like you could have a like what we call a 3-4 that's kind of bearish, where it does something like that, and then it could drop really low or something like that. Other times it's kind of flat. That could be like an SOS with a backup, where you have like an SOS at the high point, and then it backs up. Just depends on, again, timing, and then you get this big push. It's usually like a spring off of this guy. That would be consistent with what we're seeing here, like as a huge drawdown if it does that, because it would come back to this level here, and then it would just rip, potentially. If it's an SOS with a backup. So again, I'm trying to keep my head, come in a second, over there. I'm trying to keep my head out of the weeds here and just kind of look at the basics, because really any of these is possible. And if you just kind of think it's only possible to do one thing, you probably end up getting kind of upset, or you get worried when you don't need to. So if it's really bullish, what we see sometimes is that, again, this just kind of rips to the upside. And that's what I'm trying to say. I think that's what I'm expecting. But I need to be open to the possibility that it doesn't do that and what that might look like. So there's more than one possibility here. I was assuming, which is never a good thing, but I was assuming we're going to get the big bullish pop. This is a shallow S curve. Could be. That could be very true. We can come back later in like an hour or two, and this might be what we see. Just a rip. But we need to also think about the possibility that it's not doing that. I really think it is. I'm still going to say that I think it is, because I just don't. This motion and this motion together, that's what makes me think of. I don't see that very often. And it just usually happens on that shallow S curve. When you get that big bounce out, it's going to rip right back up to like 553. Maybe there'll be news. I don't really care. But that's usually what we see. So I'm going to suggest still that that's likely. I don't know what this other marker is. Again, sometime around maybe 1 p.m. today, we'll finish that move, potentially. I don't know. Every time I draw this, it looks like slightly different. So I'm like trying not to. Yeah, see, I don't know. This one's like way over here. What's going on? This one's on Friday. This one's not. This is definitely at the same time. I marked it. So there's just a window here. I think most of the charge, it was like Thursday at noon. But maybe that's a pivot point for this bottom as opposed to a top. That could be like a low, and then it rips into Friday. That would be consistent with what we've seen elsewhere too on some of these backups. Anyways, trying not to jump around too much, but I'm just thinking out loud. I think this is probably better. I'm going to use the non-extended hours one. Yeah, so I still think this is very possibly a going to just rip all of a sudden. Like, I know you guys are like, well, what if it just dumps? It's completely backwards. Well, that's what I'm trying to explore, because there is more than one possibility here. If this is like an SOS and then there's a backup, the backup could go really far. I'm not really seeing a silver lining here on a backup. the golden right pocket was at 515. We're sitting on the top right now, testing the top of the range. That was about the 0.5 backup. I'm going to guess this is like a 786 or 854 backup, but that's actually as far down as I think it could go if it just fell. It would be bad, like an SOW on this trend, but it would ultimately, it would be like the equivalent of this, basically just having like a slump hook and then dumping back to that top, which happens. I've seen that before. So that's kind of worst case in my opinion, because it's way low. And I don't know why you'd do that unless you're going to plan on a second short squeeze. Plus, they haven't done anything to define the continued action here, which is bothersome. Really bothersome to me. So, like, there's nothing else here. It's just down. So, bulls are not doing a lot to... they're not giving me a lot of information here. No, not really. This is like an ugly marker. All right, let me take a quick breather. Bond auction at 1 p.m. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, so I said I like this. It's going like parabolic. I kind of do. Yeah, I think we're going to see a... I think we're going to see a second squeeze. So if you're wondering why I'm still talking about this and it's going down and you're like worried, or you're like, you're completely wrong. It didn't go the way you thought it was going to go. I know it didn't. I'm aware. But when something like this happens, it's not going to be like necessarily super, super, super obvious, you know? So I'm not going to make excuses. If it doesn't happen, I'll be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. And I'm talking about this as a squeeze because it's not normal trading action in the way that we think about it. Like this is being pressed down and trying to like get people to sell and open up more short positions so that somebody can get out of a position again, in my opinion. It's not selling because of necessarily like, oh, we just need to go down to a new low or something like that, like continuation selling. The way this is moving tells me that that's pretty likely what's happening, as opposed to, oh, it's just selling because we're going to continue like a bear trend now. In fact, what might be beneficial is to start looking at... I need to clean this up. I got way too many like bars up here. How many bars do you need? You need like one. I must have kept drawing them. Way too much. It might be beneficial to start looking at this as a... Just need to clean this up. Okay, you've got two targets, Booksy. So one is at, I'm going to add more bars. One is one is here and one is here. Now I'm adding more bars. Just preparing yourself so you visually get this chart's so ugly right now. But that's okay. So one of them is actually pretty high. It's up here around, they're both pretty high. They're up here around 582 to 585, which makes sense to me. That's the zone you'd want to be in, because back in February, March, let's go to hourly. That was where we were. I think that's what we're aiming for here. But the drawdown is happening to give you, likely to give you a spring. So if you believe that's happening, Booksy, you have the possibility of a drawdown in order for you to spring. The backup still is not the worst it could be. I mean, we're not even to the 618 yet. So before you cry foul, just remember this morning we talked about coming down to the 618, and that was at 515. So we're not there yet. That's a possibility. So let's keep observing and just seeing what we can see. So AMC slumped quite a bit here. Still kind of within its own range. Honestly, it kind of looks the same though. If you look at the nitty gritty of the, and I'm on the 5 minute, I guess, here, but this is the same motion. This already kind of tried to break back out. I think this might be like this might just be a wave cross, guys. Could be that simple. If it's bullish, that's probably exactly what it is. You see the draw up here? Like, you see how it already kind of pushed? Woof, that's not the right marker that I wanted to make. Oh my goodness. Come on, Booksy, get it together. Yeah, that's the right one. Here and then here. I don't know. There's not one. There's like 3. This is bad. I wish they didn't do that kind of stuff. This would normally indicate like a center, weirdly enough, like a low, which actually kind of looks right, because if this is an M cross up, this would be like the middle of the M. We're saying a lot of if statements, but this would be like the low portion, and then you'd have a pop above, and then that's your middle M, and then the wave would go up. This is where if you do stuff with the things that I do and the way that I do it, this is like gonna look really weird to you at first, because you're like, well, I don't see that, but what it is why wouldn't it come back down? It's not level. It's a vertical M. So it's not a horizontal shape. It's like going very steeply, almost vertically. So the way to look at it is like M1, M2. This is actually the low here. And then what you can do is you can take a measurement of that trend, the bottom trend. That's the low it came back to. If it doesn't break down again, and it might, this could end up pushing below this, to be frank. It often does. And it could change it a little. Then you would take that up, and this ends up being kind of that channel flag that we see. So then the next push, we may already have evidence of it right now. The next push would be I'm lining it up with the cat ear breakdown right here, because that's where it would normally be. Like the cat ear would break down, and then the ramp would come up on the other side, almost like parabolically here. So it's not that high. It does look like that 310 area to 313 area. That's a real, like, kind of a loose way of estimating potential. So this looks like it would be like a bottom pivot. It's coming up. It's getting pretty close to that lunchtime hour that we talked about today. And then I think it breaks here. This is like a mild SOS. And then if it can continue, I I think we hit at like 310, that top. That doesn't finish it, but it might be similar to this, where you get like a backup and then you kind of go again. And I hate that because it really looks like it's not going to go all the way. We'll have to see what happens right here. If it's going to go all the way, it's got to be right here. That's just an S-curve, but that's the rising M. So I think it's pretty consistent actually, because it looks like it's generating like a mid-channel too. Yeah, so we got it right. Yeah, it's going to be a bummer if this only comes up to 313. I think a lot of people will be disappointed. That's very low. But there's a gap fill at 304. And then this is a ceiling here. So, I mean, it may make sense that it stops there at the very least. And then the next leap isn't really that big. So then how would you look at this on the bigger picture, bigger iteration? Shrinking, 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 break out. This is the tiny M, expanding, expanding, expanding. So let's do a second measurement here. This looks like Friday, maybe even Monday. It jumped the creek here though. It looks like closing on Friday. So I'm looking at where it jumped over and pushed away from the creek, not where it retested it. So it pushed above it, but it didn't jump it until right there, about noon. And then it jumped it really subtly. So actually, AMC had a really good early indicator of potential run here. It's shrinking down, and then it jumps the creek slightly, pops on the news. So this looks much more long-winded than this idea that we're going to go into Thursday. And then I need to see a RSI. That's OBV. Important as that is, that's really only important on the 4-hour for me. So on the short time frame, that looks like a bunch of nonsense. We're going to have to kind of scale it out until we find the right spot. Still looks like a bunch of nonsense. That's better. You see how this is coming down a little bit? That's what I need to see. So yeah, I may end up needing to do it on an hour or two. I think 30 minutes is the best because that's higher and then this is lower. So you notice how like on the 30-minute, AMC doesn't even have like a single, it doesn't even look like there'd be anything there. That's so small. This is the actual M right here. So we may get a pop that then comes back down because that would be like the middle. This is starting to look pretty good. Pretty good. I think if this lines up, and it does, that's correct. This is the range built out right here. So this probably comes way back Friday. and then it's going to do it again. And I think the way this is set up, it could probably wait till Monday, because the way this built into the break just makes me kind of curious. So you'd have like a breakout here, but then there's a lot of time, and I don't know. Part of me thinks that they're going to just like waste time, because this would be where the instead of a shrinking, it's like expanding happens. So there'd be like a widening here. And then it just seems like one of those things we probably could wait till Monday. That would be something they would probably do. It's just observation at this point, but you'd probably have like a widening here. There could be some SOW in here, and then I don't know. It's so close to the end of the day. It's literally like the last hour of the day. So no, I'm just talking. So in theory, that would be right there. I mean, that's where it should be. It should be breaking out. Yeah, you're basically going to get like a big move here. No, I don't agree with that heel toe. I disagree. I agree with the idea that it's beneath the creek, which isn't great, but that's a liquid dive back into the previous range. I don't agree that it couldn't go lower and it would have to be bearish or something. There's a trend upward here that it built, and it's not even checked it. And then there's also a 618 retracement. This is a big move. The creek itself is really low. It's way down here. So, yeah, I hear you. So I think if this is something that happens, it wouldn't be overly bullish, but I don't know if I would say it's super bearish. If it did, until it drops beneath this trend, I don't think it's necessarily bearish. So I don't think this is a problem. You can come back into a range and test liquidity and then break out and go rip. But if you come too low and you start dropping back through like the 50% in the range, which in my opinion is where this took off from right here, this breakout of the creek is positioned right in the center of the range for a reason, because that's like a way to come back and retest this top at 505 without losing the entire range. You can do a 50% dive through a range. You cannot go beyond that usually. So I think that's a bit low. I said it a minute ago. I don't know if it necessarily gets there, but we're just talking about retracement values, you know. Technically, Tesla, it's down 9%. It looks kind of ugly. You know, Tesla looks weaker than SPY for sure. It broke through its bottom, but the 618, it's just getting there. Like it just got there. And that's also the creek. So like, yeah, it doesn't hold everything, but it's technically like right on top of its creek from the range here, and it's on a 618 golden pocket retracement. So it's come down really far, but this was a 22% move. And then it's bouncing out. I think it's going to rip, guys. This volume is dumping. It's like not high at all. It's one or the other. It's going to have like some massive drop all of a sudden and then pop, or it's going to just pop. I'm not even talking about close. I'm talking about upside today. I don't think we're going to be red. The market's going to start the day red, shake out as many people as it can, and then I think it's going to pop and just start going the other way. Hey man, I'm happy to be wrong. I've been wrong before. But I don't think I'm wrong. This just looks like a backup to the creek to me. So it's really, really, really on the nose. It's kind of dangerous looking, but if it can hold right here, it's going to go again. And I think this is the second part of the M is missing. I've been saying that for like the last 15 minutes or so, but the second part of the M is definitely not there, in my opinion. And this may not even be, this might still be the lower M, like the 1, 2, just to cross up, which means that there's still a lot more potential for upside here if this can hold some good levels. The only concern I might have, again, about something like this on like a Tesla is that it's going to try to bleed back down as far as it can possibly go. And the same thing applies. It's the same kind of area. It's right down here, which is this 854 retracement down to like 237. So I don't think it's over. I think the best is yet to come, to be honest. Yeah. To me, this looks like the last of these is going to be like ridiculously steep. In fact, I'm willing to trade it again. I'm going to look at Tesla right now. I'm going to start picking up a trade again. I don't really believe it's going to go all the way back down. It might, again, have a really steep dip and then just rip, but I think it's going to go. I think it abandoned this trend, but it's going to come back to it. It's trying to get that price down as low as possible, and I think it's going to rip. So I'll put my money where my mouth is here. I'm not going to do calls expiring tomorrow, but I'll try to do some expiring next week and see where they land me price-wise. So let's look at 320. Yeah, they're 45 cents. It's pretty cheap. So I'm thinking that's a good buy. Let's see if they can drop down a little bit more, but I think I'm going to just go ahead and do it. Hang on a second. Yeah, I'm feeling it. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, is this did drop beneath the trend. So long term, that probably represents an SOW. And I said I thought this was too wide. I still think it's too wide for the top. So I'm not sure what the what you might say criteria-wise that would be long term. But I think that means that it's going to break through this later. It's a test, liquidity test. See if there's sellers down beneath that trend, and there is. But then it's going to, in my opinion, and it is an opinion, it's not financial advice, can't give you financial advice, but in my opinion, this is going to go the other way. Next Friday? Yeah. Thanks. Appreciate it. Here's what I'm thinking, because the way this is building out reminds me a lot of that shallow S-curve. It's just slumping really, really low. But I'm pretty sure that this is going to just rip the other way. Now, just like before, we talked about that shallow S curve. It could have something a little unexpected. Like if we think that this is the breakout point and we're wrong about it, there could be that build out. And I was looking at that in AMC a minute ago. This rips up and then kind of comes backwards. We could end up with like kind of a longer winded build out here, which is not impossible. And I'm wondering what that AMC chart kind of made it look like that, didn't it? Like it would be really wide, maybe long-winded. I'm not sure with the SPY chart. I don't see those measurements. I don't really see those measurements, so I'm not positive. 1, 2, 1. This has gone real low. It's already in oversold territory again. I'll squeeze it. Come on. I don't think this is enough of a bull trap, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I get that was a huge historic day, but I don't think it's done. I think it needs to be way, way bigger. For a sufficient bull trap to be effective in the market, I think you need to see like a massive second day rip or third day rip here. So it looks like Tesla's going to slump. That's okay. It's not good that it dropped beneath the creek, but it already had an SOW, so it doesn't really surprise me. So it's starting to look weak. Pretty weak looking. I think it's going to go down for that level, though. Maybe. It just broke through the golden pocket. I think it's still going to work. It may be, again, that some of these are kind of weak by comparison. Did you remember this ran like 22%? So it's down 10%, which is about half, more than half, I guess, this place because of that gap. But there's a, well, that's not the reason why. It's because the day started way down here, not just the run. Part of me just wants to wait, come back when it's actually ripping. No. It's a similar mixed pivot, so let's just look at the chart. It's oversold now on the 6-minute. It's pretty compressed, actually, the chart itself from the top to the bottom. It's like a really tight, sort of looks like a wedge, too. Yeah, it's a wedge. Tesla might go through the wedge and then reverse. So I wouldn't put it past it. This is pretty typical. Wedge breakouts are not awesome. They usually have like a 38% retracement or something, which typically amounts to like the top value. So if it broke out like right here, that really only puts you up at like 258. But you have to ask the question like, does that give you a new high according to what we were looking for? And it does. So that puts it above this top at 257. So if it did break out right now, I'm not saying it is, but if it did, it'd be really close, but it'd probably break. Even if it goes down, that's okay. A reverse breakdown, pop. And then we look for, is that top? And that looks like 258.50. So I think that's high enough. Let's back up to this zone right here. That starts an uptrend. So if it can do it and reverse really quick right here, it starts an uptrend. I don't know how that could possibly play into this idea that I had that it was at noon today. Unless that's like a pivot, which would be a pretty big blah moment to see that as a pivot instead of a let's look at S&P 500. That's gone low. 6 minutes oversold. The measurements are not right though. This actually jumped its creek pretty early in the day. Right here. I went at the same time as AMC did. I wasn't really looking at the time. I'm trying to get the right measure from bottom across. Still not there yet. It's still not to a 618 retrace, which is kind of crazy. Friday at 10. Let's go to the peak. Thursday. That's still Thursday. That's end of day today. Second peak. Whenever that breaks. Oh boy. I know what this needs to look like, but it's just not there yet. Just not there yet. I think anywhere in this pocket would be fine. And then this is not really useful, that one. Yeah, I might keep the arc. I don't really want to keep this trend right now. The arc I like. Keep the arc. Slump. It's still a shallow S-curve in my opinion. Even though I know it went 50-50 from the top, the way that it presented itself is not regular. I guess it's not really a shallow S-curve. I don't know why I'm saying that, but just the way it looks visually here. This is the look I was talking about. It's kind of like a drop and then like a slump instead of like a normal S-curve, which has like the nice sideways in the middle that has a little more regular kind of an S pattern to it. This didn't have that because of the gap, which is what it is. No, it was cool. It was all right. I think it was positive. Inflation looks good for now. It's too early, guys. I think it's too early for a bull trap. I just think it is. Like a temporary bull trap, maybe. There's going to be a lot of people who are already thinking that I was like way wrong. I get you. But it's way too soon. It doesn't make sense to me. This is where you have like a secondary bear trap. And then you have a bigger push. You need to have like a really convincing move to show me that it's actually bearish. And then I think the bull trap has to be really convincing. Like it has to make it think that we're going to continue to go. I mean, it may frankly go all the way back up to 600. It needs to make the market on the whole, believe the market's going to dump. Does that make sense? So to me, it's not a question of if this is some kind of the end. I just don't think it is. I have to just stick with my guns about it. It doesn't feel like enough. I'll just say that. Not for the broad entire stock market. The stock market has been itching for a relief rally, and it needs to look like it's going to be some kind of a continual bull thing. Then, and only then, would we expect there to be some kind of a real rug pull to come back. That's why I'm not like convinced it's going to go to these creeks even. I think they might leave these, and I think they might leave them, and some of these things which have already presented themselves as kind of weaknesses might be left behind as weaknesses. Like I don't think they're necessarily going to be checked again for right now. This to me is, I know it's highly speculative, right? It is. But here's the other thing about this, is when this kind of stuff happens, the final pushes look ridiculous. They look like they came out of nowhere, and they just look ridiculous usually. Because the acceleration is there. You know, if I'm off by a half a day or something, I'm off by a half a day. I don't think I am, because I know that I anchored, unless I just didn't do it right. I guess it's time frame dependent, but I anchored these on what I think are the correct markers. But I guess it could look different on a different time frame. That's possible. Sometimes when you do a wick to the wick anchoring, it looks fine, and then you go to a different time frame. I'm looking at this one right now. It's like slightly off. And then these don't even line up. So like you have to kind of keep it consistent. Then I'm just kind of shooting in the dark here, like just going all over the place. I can't remember what I did it on. It may have been like 15 minute or something. But I believe in it, so. So if this comes up high enough here, we should recapture that trend pretty quickly. And then I don't know. It's a question of, we may actually go back beneath it. We may need to come back to this top. It could be kind of ugly if it works out. It could come all the way back down to like 250. I don't really care, I guess. Some back up down here. And then I don't know why it would take very long. I feel like it'd be pretty fast. Come right back up to the top. Oh, this one has like a wider marker. That's the triangulation marker right here. If it's going to go back for an SOS, it'd be right there. It does look more like end of day. Maybe it starts at noon or afternoon. So this triangulation is pretty far to the right. So I'm thinking worst case scenario is that this does not continue at this point. And the only thing I can imagine is, and it's kind of hard to imagine, but based on everything else, the only thing I can imagine, it just doesn't break out there. This is still Thursday. So that's one of the levels that we whipped around. We held above it and then dropped through it. So there's like this weird, almost like a cross gap. If you were looking at a wave as like, instead of it being like a gap this way, it'd be like a gap this way. But I'm thinking if it's bullish, this is going to rip the other way and probably be like a 50-50 pretty easily. So I still think we're looking at maybe 300, which is kind of insane. But I will say this, that is the widening right there on, so that same triangulation right here is the widening for this blue. You see this blue line coming across on Tesla? That's a massive widening. So if that breaks out, it should be pretty darn bullish. I'd have to look at a Bukowski target for that because I think it's so close to the top already. We'd have to use like a measurement for it. So let me do that because I think that'd be a good thing to do real quick. He's got a second target. Give me like 2 minutes. It wouldn't be a broadening top. It'd just be a broadening. I'm looking up Bukowski because there's two ways to do targets for widening, and this doesn't really apply here. The one going back just to the top, it doesn't seem to apply to me because of where we are, the way this formed. It's almost sideways. It's down, but it went from the top of the range to the bottom of the range, which is kind of strange. So it's weird to just go back to the top of the range. It's almost like there's no distance there. So instead, I'm going to look at the broadening from a different perspective. Let's see if I can do it. BR, broadening. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Broadening wedge ascending, broadening wedge descending, right angle broadening, broadening bottoms. It's almost right angle broadening. You could probably argue it's right angle broadening if you use this as like a top, because it did repeatedly hit that mark. But I don't think it's going to be that different. So let's just use descending. It's usually pretty comparable. Highest peak A down to the low. Multiply by the above percentage thing. So then you add that to the breakout value. So highest peak is over here to the low. And it's snapping, so it's not working. So we're talking about 76.47 roughly. So we'll just do 76.50. And then up breakouts is 83%, down breakouts. So 83% of that value, that sounds like near the 854 of that value. So let's just do that instead. That's big. 83% would be up here at 355. It seems pretty high. let me check one more thing. Let me check the broadening wedge ascending, right angle and ascending. I don't want right angle and ascending. Is there right angled and descending? It's not the right one. Yeah, broadening formation, right angled and descending. This is the right one. This looks a lot better, I think. I think it's probably better than the other one. That's pretty high. 65%. That's a lot more realistic. Compute A to B, and then multiply it, and then add it to B. That seems a little bit more realistic to me because of the way this is moving. So instead, I'm going to use this marker and the bottom. I'm not going to use the other one, and then I'm going to add it to this breakout here. If we get it, it should be right around 275. And then, yep, there it is. It's a 618 valuation on it. It's right where it should be. It's perfect. 6.5 is what it is. Look at the 6.5. It's right here. If you want to get really precise, we can drag this down to where we think that triangulation is. But I actually think it's fine just to put it on the previous top right here. I think that's about right. So we're kind of estimating it. We're sort of eyeballing it. So this breaks out today or tomorrow. It's in the right pocket to advance all the way back up to 300 and 27. Seems crazy, but that's where it is. So I actually think that's probably more accurate. This seems a little wrong to me. It's too high. I mean, if it goes there, great, but I don't think it's necessarily going to go there. To me, this looks correct. And actually, it was pretty much exact. So I'm happy with that. That's a good sign. So what I did is I measured it as a broadening that's, I think technically, like, it's a little confusing because I should have, if that's the case, I should have measured from 283 up, and then it would have been even higher. It would have been like 340 or something. It might be closer to this value if I do it that way, to the gap, like up there. But I didn't do that because I think that the top line is defining the breakout, not the horizontal. So I'm kind of mixing two things, but I genuinely think this is better described as a broadening descending with a right angle on the top, as opposed to a broadening descending, which has usually a really huge move. Because of the wide nature of it and because it kept hitting the top of the range, that's what makes me want to do that. So, yep. So, Booksy, where is this thing happening? It's not happening. You said it was just going to rip. I know. Know what I said. If we want, we can kind of clean this up a bit and just look at the trajectories. It's just going, man. It keeps falling. I know. I'm aware. Oh well, lightning doesn't strike twice, right? Except that's not true. It actually does often strike the same place twice. Because if there's a reason it struck it in the first place, then there's going to be a reason it hits again. Well, you just got lucky, man. Even broken clocks can be right once or twice a day. I can hear it now. The critics are coming. Just be patient. I'll tell you, man, I would be genuinely surprised if this is it. If this is like the whole move and it just starts slumping again and going back to bear. That rally did bring in a lot of volume, but proportionally it's like way off. It's completely missing the second part of the move. So but it just keeps slumping, Booksy. Now SPY's dumping. Well, easy come, easy go, I guess. If there's no reprieve, there's no reprieve. I'm not giving up, but I'm also kind of like, just like, all right, well, maybe we're just going to go really, really low. Do a super deep retracement. It's still not bearish yet, in my opinion. I know what you're thinking, and I'm thinking it too, but this is, I know what you guys are thinking, but I'm telling you, like, this is the level that you would come back to normally. It's just so ridiculously high that I didn't think it was going to do it. But normally on this kind of a breakout, you would be coming back here. It just wouldn't have come this high. It would have been like an SOS that was more relaxed, and then it would come back down. If it had been more relaxed, I think we would have seen it like a little differently, you know? And this would come back down here. I don't think we would be saying that it's super, super bearish. We'd just be like, okay, it's coming back up. It's a backup. So it really is just a point of view thing. What if it just bleeds through it? Well, Tesla already dropped this line. So, you know, during this whole schematic, my expectation is that long term, this is not bullish. So long term, this is still going to be bearish. So it would be reasonable then to expect there to be some SOWs down here in the midst of this area. That's why I'm not like kind of looking at Tesla like, oh no, it broke that trend. Like, I get it. Of course it did, you know, probably would. This is the middle. I had this marked off. This is the reason this is marked off and not, it doesn't look like it's in quite the right spot perfectly up at the top, is because it goes from a previous creek. So if this is a break of that creek, we need to retest it. It's the same zone right here that we're talking about with this previous top right there. So this is kind of the deepest that you can go. I think it's just another squeeze moment, but I guess I'm the crazy person right now who's got googly eye glasses or something. I'm going to stick to my guns, guys. I'm not going to change my mind. Yeah, but, well, it's there. This was the triangulation target. I think we made it. At least one of them. It's a little different for each one, but they were all around 12:30 to 13:30. So, like, it would be now and then for the next hour, which is lunch. And I kept saying, like, I couldn't really tell you exactly because they were all, like, slightly different. And most of them were targeting this area, like, right around lunchtime. I think the second half of the day might be very different than the first half of the day. Let's just put it that way. I don't want to be the hopium guy. I really don't. But this is a very unique setup. Yeah, that was a high volume candle. So it's only as good as it is until it isn't. So this isn't going to last forever. But if I'm right about a squeeze, I don't know why I put that one on there. That doesn't look like anything. It's just noon. This is where it's going to happen. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. It's that simple. Let's see if this made it. This has actually got the potential to come pretty low, but I want it to hit here at least. I think this is the one. When do I see it possibly reaching 200? By February 2026. I don't think it's any different than the AMC and the other charts. There's just a really strong chance that it doesn't get there till late. Yeah, my calls are way up. They're not even down. They're increasing. That's weird. They're going up. They went up. I bought up here, guys. They're like up. Or I bought right here, and they're up. The market's going down. It's really strange. So much for averaging down, I guess. There's no need for that. Crazy world we live in. What's going on with the IV? Has anyone got eyes on that? I don't have the eyes on it right now, so I'm asking. Mm-hmm. You want me to come over real quick? Yeah. All right. Hold on. All right. I'm going to go check on my son real quick. Hang on. Yeah. I know. That was a bummer yesterday. I need to go check on my son. I'll be right back. All right. I feel like is it me or did it feel like the market's waiting on like my timer or something? I feel really strange about this. Like there's some kind of a timer in place. Yeah, let's start working our way out. Now comes the fun part of the day. The first part of the day, everyone was really disappointed. When we start working our way out, it'll be a little more exciting, I guess. I'm not going to stream all day. I can't stream all day. So even if it's going up like crazy, I'll probably have to take a break. I might just do a lunch hour break or something. I got some stuff to do, man. I got to mow my lawn. My lawn looks like a jungle. Yeah, I know. But I will say this, and I don't mean to be too like weird about it, as I don't want to just sit here and try to. It's like the guy that played football in high school, and that was like the peak of his life or something, and then he just constantly talks about Friday Night Lights or whatever. I don't want to be that guy, and so I'm not going to talk about this forever. All right, but this has been very common in the market, is that there's like the news is a supplement in some ways. It's just there when you're expecting the move anyways. So the predictive nature of this was already kind of baked in at the top when the S&P 500 came to the top. It made some weaknesses that pointed to where the lows are now, and it's undeniable, which means that was before all the tariff news, which means somebody had already kind of looked at his agenda and said this is going to be bad for the markets, and the markets were overextended. So we can look at it and say, he messed it up to some degree. But I think a big part of this is just technicals that are just there. And like I said yesterday, I did not believe, like I bought some calls and stuff thinking like this would be pretty fortunate if this worked out. But it's there. It's on the chart. And I did not know that there was going to be a announcement. But I knew that something would be there if it needed to be there, and it would propel it this direction. And that's a strange thing to do. So does he have way too much control of the stock market? Yeah. His policies are rocking the market. And I mean him. I'm not talking about the government. The government setting policies and legislation, for example, is legislation. Like legislation happens in Congress, and it usually takes time. And that legislation is obviously laid out for the public. You can usually see what they're voting on. There's a lot of time to kind of measure things and to price things in, which the market likes to do, is to price things in. But you got, with these tariff situations, he's really shooting from the hip. It's like, he talked about it, and all of a sudden it's like, bang, bang, bang. It's like, whoa. And then they're way more than people are expecting. So, yes. There is a nature to the market that's looking forward, kind of predictive, and I think you see a lot of that with technicals. I do. I think they're there. I don't think that was evidenced yesterday. There's no reason that I would not ever do what I did and come on here and talk about a market squeeze if I didn't think it was going to happen or if it was very likely. But I'm just a nobody. I have zero connection whatsoever to the government. So like, you know what I mean? To those employees who would know the inside scoop or something. So is it a kind of a casino? Oh yeah. I mean, it's crazy. And the whipsawing is absolutely been driven by a lot of the news. But are these technical levels things that seem to be kind of predicted? Yeah. I mean, you'd have to say so. I mean, in this space, I think what you're saying is very kind. In this space, there's a lot of room for that, I think, and this is kind of one of those areas in life where I'm like very much like that. I do not think that everything I've done in my life has been rational. So I've tried my best here to keep it that way, and it's a good for checks and balances on myself. accountability, as they call it. If you put yourself in a position where you're kind of like exposed, then you're going to be held accountable quite quickly, right? When you're right or wrong about things or the way that you're doing things, you know. And that's good and bad. I don't think you should weigh that too much, though. I'm never really a big fan of like heralding public figures. And it's not because I think there's no good in the world or something. There are. But everybody's human, and so they're going to let you down at some point. And if you've done nothing but kind of like prop them up, then all of a sudden you're like angry. It's like you get really mad at people when they disappoint you. We see it all the time in the media because it's just very public. But it happens like in quiet spaces in your life too. Where I used to work, there were these older ladies, and on the surface, their temperament was always very kind and sweet. And some of them were, like genuinely. Most of them were, I would say. But there were a couple that were very much like the gossip. Like they definitely had an opinion about everything, and they would let you know. And I don't think there's anything wrong about having an opinion. But one of the things that I noticed was like if they're gossiping, and I said it to myself early on, they're gossiping about other people, then as soon as like, you disappoint them, they're probably going to gossip about you. And so they would sing your praise 1 minute, and then if they disappoint them, they think there's something wrong with you. It's not their perception, it's you. And that's what ended up happening to me. And I had told you guys about that, but we had I had a friend of mine who took his own life, and it basically put me into a position where I had like PTSD because some of the circumstances surrounding it were really similar to things I'd gone through, and it was kind of horrific too. And I got really bad anxiety attacks. I mean, it was just horrible. And I was having more and more and more leading up to his funeral. And you know, on the surface, it just looks like somebody that's unwinding. You're like, you don't know why this guy is acting different. He's acting a little more rough than usual, you know. And it wasn't, in my opinion, like anything particularly bad. But for this particular individual who had esteemed me very highly, it looked like I had not for lack of better words, a change of character, right? We talk about that in the market, and we're breaking out, by the way. It looks like we are anyways, or we're trying to. And that is a problem because then it was, you've changed was the way when I got let go. Is, don't you think you've changed? And I said, no, I haven't. And it took me a minute to kind of digest what they were saying to me. And it wasn't until later that I realized that really wasn't about me. I did have a moment, like a day, a bad day, like a really bad day. And I knew I shouldn't have gone to work that day and all that junk. But there were so many other things that were wrong with that job for me. Like I was looking back, I was like, really wasn't a great fit personality-wise. And it was that one person who really puffed me up. And I've seen that before in my life where they esteem you very highly, but then you let them down and they think there's something wrong with you and they just assume that they were just wrong. Oh, you know, I think you're horrible and I was wrong about you and you've changed and all this stuff. And it's like, no, it really wasn't me that changed. It was that their perception of me was so out there high that they didn't even have a category for me to make mistakes or to have like a bad day. So if I had a bad day or a bad month, it was like all of a sudden I was a different person. And I'm like, that's not fair, you know, to me. And I worked harder than anybody there, like completely transformed that place from day one because I'm a hard worker and I cared about it and I wanted to do well. But I had a couple bad days and it was like just grumpy days. And all of a sudden I'm like a different person. Come on, you know? So I think it's totally cool. I hear what you're saying. I'm really happy that you said something nice, but there's a place in my like brain for that, and it's usually like take it with a grain of salt. So it's not because I don't trust you. It's just that I don't really trust anything like that anymore. When I was younger, I would crave that kind of affirmation, and it got me into trouble sometimes because you just start doing things you don't need to be doing, or you think in ways that are really, frankly, irrational. So I'm not a big fan of that. I don't know if you're saying the same thing. I don't want to judge it too much, but I'm just not a huge fan of it. And it's not to be like cynical either. I think you can think highly of people, but like I think really highly of my family, for example. But I know my family, and like I know they've made mistakes, and I know that they will make mistakes in the future. But I'm okay with that. Like I still love them, even in their errors or flaws, and that to me is a healthier kind of relationship. And a lot of the relationship we have with media figures and all kinds of stuff ends up being very superficial, and so people get disappointed and they get angry and they just flip. They feel like they were lied to or something, when it's really just, no, I'm a human. I have more than one side, and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not good, and it sucks. But so anyways, that's me being a realist. I'm looking at SPY right now, and that was a long little diatribe there. I just kind of went off. I'm seeing the volume come in here on the bottom. It's decent volume. I mean, it's a decent volume spike overall. If you look at the volume from today, it's been pretty low to average. I mean, it's elevated from what it was previously. It's certainly higher than it was maybe in the sell-off back here on April 8th. But the volume has been pretty low today until just now. And then we've got a nice pickup in the volume right here on this potential bottom. So there's a contesting going on. So but yeah, I understand what you're saying, Jason. I'm just saying, like, that's just a choice that I make. So the Booksy part of me makes that choice. Like, that's what I'm going to be about. So I just want to be consistent in that way. I think that came from times of uncertainty, right? Like, I don't really want to be flip-flopping, and TA does flip-flop, but at the very least you can be in your methods as consistent as you can be. So that's my overall kind of concept here. I was really fed up with the I don't know. Now I'm all introspective, but I was really fed up with the whole AMC movement. I'm still fed up with it, but there was an element of, and it's not, again, it's like the same thing. It's like you expect something of somebody, and it's not the people. It's just the overall thing. Like the whole message was messed up. So I don't really blame people. Like there's nobody I look at in this community that I'm like, yeah, they just were so horrible or something. I don't think so. I don't think that. I think they're just people. Like I said, I don't really hold any grudges against people at all in this community. But the movement itself, the AMC movement, quote unquote, is what I kind of have beef with. I'm just like, yeah, this was just kind of a messed up movement, you know? Yeah, we're struggling with this little creek. It's still not making a higher high. Just refuse to go up higher. 524 calls. Nice. I don't know. I've been losing nonstop, losing subscribers since like 2 years ago. So that's pretty normal for me right now. I kind of see it as a positive, because a net positive, because the folks that are here now, I think are pretty good folks, you know, for the most part. Again, not that I know you guys personally, any of you, or judge you, but I just feel that there's a healthier community than it was like a couple years ago. We would have like 100 or 200 people in here, but half those people were just wind squeeze kind of people, and not in a nefarious way, just very one-minded, single track minded. I don't know. So this is very boring kind of stock market analysis for the most part. I don't know. I was looking at Wrench Capital's stuff. He's been doing trading streams, and he averages like 100 viewers or something like that. But he's definitely done a lot to monetize his efforts anyways. Like he was selling packages of like, you get insider kind of information from his team or whatever he does. He's been doing that for a while. So it wasn't really surprising to me that he tried something different. And I think he's into this as a business. And I just never really committed to it as a business. So, I mean, it's there. It's cool if I make anything from it. But, yeah, YouTube's a weird business. It's like always changing. They always have these rules that are changing. Get these emails. And I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, that's true. When I tell people like 2026 and they're like, or I say February 2026, they're like, what, you mean like a year? And I'm like, yeah. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it may go before then, but I think that's the latest. It may go and hit those markers earlier, like a few months earlier, because that's what happened last time. I mean, it had targets that were there that were high, and then it had targets that were slightly lower. And then it was like the market we really whipsawed around the market. But there's no way to know. There's no way to know if that's going to happen again exactly that way. So, well, and it's not just that. It's also like, what are you doing in your free time? If you've got time to come on to a YouTube stream, you may have like a day job that allows you to do that. Like some people may work from home, or they work in an office. They can just listen in. I usually hear that a lot. There's a lot of people listening. I used to try my best. I still do, to call out numbers, but for those that listen. But a lot of what I'm doing is visual. It's kind of hard to do just with numbers. But here we go. I'm getting a little break here on Tesla. Did not make a higher high though, so I'm like still kind of like meh. We're not seeing it. Let me see if it made a lower low. So that was 243. And that was 242.90. So it made a higher low, but did not make a higher high. So it's really just kind of stuck between these tops. Top and bottom, I mean. Yeah. That's funny. We need to see it make a higher high, guys. Cannot stress that enough. We have to see it change direction. And in order to kind of confirm that, you got to get that higher high push. So we're looking at it right now. I think it's about 246.21 on Tesla. It's just did it on SPY. Okay, great. So it pushed up to 519. 72 right now on SPY, and that's just above the 518.93. So it looks good. Very positive. Broke the creek. Now we're looking at the next one. So we're just moving right along here. We've got a nice fan of creeks. We don't want to get hung up on any of these, so they're all kind of important. I wish it were not that rigid, but in this case, it is quite important not to get hung up. The good news is that if we can manage to kind of hold this level, we should just pop from like 519 up to about 527 level. That's the floor. That might be a little sticky. But that should be the zone that we find some build out here. Yeah, if we're fortunate, we get kind of like pinned up right here and then just go. That could be really positive. We should just rip back to the top of there near the gap. I'm not seeing a whole lot of downside to this particular movement. Yeah, it all looks good. Well, I mean, the thing is like what I said yesterday was that there was a triangulation here, and it's starting to look, if you were just kind of popping in and you weren't paying attention to what I was saying earlier about pivots, it really would just look like it was completely backwards, you know, and that does happen. There are times where the market just kind of reverses a move. If you took this and you went that way and it was just weak, you may make that argument that, well, it had that move, but it just went the other way. And that is right. I mean, it is a 50-50 the other way. So you could come in here and just say like, well, you just were really wrong. It just went completely opposite way. It's the same move, fractal flipping and all that jazz. I see it as a likely slingshot because of what's going on, perhaps behind the scenes. Well, that's cool. Auto assembly is really cool. You working, man. Or woman. I don't know what you are. Sorry. Yeah, so this is this drop down, like for SPY, for instance, the measurement from where we ended the day at 544 up to where that intersection was at 581 is the same as the distance from the 544 down to 509. So it certainly seemed like it just kind of flipped, right? And that would seem very bearish to most. And it could be that that's the case. You know, we don't know until we know. But the part of me thinks that the reason that would do that, again, is because of the nature of the move being a potential 50-50 up, which would suggest to me that this next move could be humongous from this bottom up. This could be a 13%, 14% move. Not necessarily all in one day. Remember, today already got kind of wiped clean down here. So if you ran 10% today, it's not going to end up being 10% up. It's going to be much lower, right? Frankly, if we ran 14% today, it'd be looked at as like a single move, but the overall up on the day would only be like 6%. So I think there's a good setup here for a potential 50-50 back up. The triangulations, those are things that they're pretty speculative. And if I'm a little wrong about it, then it usually ends up looking pretty wrong, you know. And you guys are like, well, yeah. What I mean is that if you're a little bit off, or if you do it like on a different time frame, or it's not going to be close. Like it may be off by like a day even. And I don't know if you caught me yesterday when I was doing this, but everything happened really fast yesterday. I got on stream and probably within like 15 to 20 minutes, it was already going. So I did not do any kind of secondary adjustments to any lines yesterday on stream. I just kind of took it as it was. So definitely a possibility that I needed to do that. Then I end up being a little bit late as a result. I don't know. They're still all clustered in the same spot. That changed it. Just going from like one wick to the next on that previous trend changes this by like several hours. So that's what I'm talking about. It's like I could be 99% right, but that 1% could change the timing quite a bit. And I think that's pretty normal. That's why I don't do it like when I'm normally sitting here doing it. I'm not trying to be like super religious about that motion. I'm just like, yeah, I could be a little off, you know, that kind of thing. And if you take this one, my guess is that it's going to even be more. Yeah, see, this one actually looks like the triangulation is almost dead set all three now. So the early triangulation may have just been a pivot. This one's Friday at noon. Great, right? Well, yes and no. I mean, if it goes today, it's going to start going today. So you'd still have a full day to trade it. Plus, it came down really low, so it was opportunity. But yeah, I mean, it's Friday at noon at 485. But that was already on the chart this morning when I did the second one. So what if it's just another pivot? It could be. One of the things I was thinking was that this is like a bigger 1, 2, 3, 4. And so I was trying to measure out earlier. That's why I did the second measurement earlier. I was trying to figure out where that middle was. I don't think you're a landscaper. That's awesome. I like doing landscape jobs. It's a lot of fun. It's hard work, but it's really rewarding. I love the idea of taking something that's not like that's maybe not as neat or orderly and making it look really, really nice. Even though my charts don't reflect that. So what I'm struggling with here is the creek jump, because I think I have it measured out right. It could be off by about 15 minutes. That's where these values were coming from. So that's still Friday morning. That it would be peaking on Friday morning would make sense, timing-wise. So it would be peaking over here, not over here. I don't know. Don't really think that matters that much. Frankly, I don't think it would matter to anybody exactly if it's like a day or so off. I don't think it would matter to anyone unless they were trading like options that expired today or something, you know. There would be no reason to expect that anyone would be like, oh, it's got to be there at this time. I mean, unless you're just really pushing it close, I don't think most people would care that much if I'm off by like a day, but yeah. So if it 50-50s, it's going to go right up to 580, and this would be the second part of a squeeze motion. But we may take a minute because of how long this came down. I don't know if you guys remember this morning when we were talking through it, the motif that I drew, I said I could be wrong about the way it sets up, and if I am, it could take a while. And I had it drawn out. I'll show you. I had it drawn out like this. Let me get this off. Where it comes out sideways. And I said, well, you could have it kind of like draw down and then break out and still have to kind of come across like a creek and take off later or whatever. I think I had it a little bit faster than that. But that idea of it taking a little longer, it still applies. It's just the same. It's the same thing. It's just really low. I'm not liking that the volume is shrinking already. I really want to see that squeeze volume bring in some more buyers. So right now, all we've got is the rebound, and it's just dropping after that bottom volume. I want to see the second volume pick up, but I don't think it's going to happen until we break above here at like 520s, 525. Is it squeezing down or up, like squeeze event day 2? Day 2, meaning that we're squeezing up. So this is a literal squeeze, like a market squeeze is a very literal market squeeze where you're pushing out shorts as you make advancements. But it's ultimately built on sand, more than likely. So this is one of those things where it's like everybody knows that there could be a rug pull. It's technically broken out. It's technically made its move. It's got plenty of room to go up. There's a lot of people, I think, that want to go back to, and the levels that I pointed out were very consistent across the board. I'm going to go to the 1 hour. Where the, very good, KMK, very good. Where the levels from back here, 584, which is the February 24th through like March 4th, there was a series of cat ear breakdowns in this little pocket. All of those levels would be contenders, but we already hit the first one, and the first one was hit back here. So weirdly enough, I don't think this is like the main check. What we didn't do is we avoided 583. We didn't come back up. And then we avoided also 595 and thereabouts. So I'm of the opinion that these need to be retested for a number of reasons. When we talk about timing and like how they get there, things could change quite a bit, you know. So that's where you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt, because even if I thought this was going to hit at a particular time, you could have some kind of crazy price action in between, you know, and that did happen. Like on NU, it went completely the opposite way at first, but it then eventually came back down and it hit the target. And it's like, that's crazy, you know. So this kind of stuff is tenuous. It's like not really the most reliable in some ways. And I think that's fair. I don't think it's unfair to say that sometimes TA should be thought of with like a healthy respect for error. Like there's probabilities of error. Like right now, I'm just fixing this creek. I'm trying to pull it down to the wick here and then down to the lowest wick here and see where that was. I'm fixing the ice is what I'm calling it. It's really not the creek, but it's like an inverted creek for bears. So you see the cross down here? This would have to be retested at some point, and it wasn't. It avoided it here and went really, really, really low, which is why when I saw that particular action happening yesterday, I thought, okay, so if there's a piece of good news here, this thing's going to market squeeze like crazy, and then probably continue to try to drop back down, more than likely. But this retest never happened when it came up. And ultimately, I think I blame April 2nd because it could have right here. It bottomed. And yeah, I think there was a potential there. But I also think that there was potential elsewhere. You know what I mean? Like, it's just whatever. Those are just spots of interest. So it was definitely pointing up towards coming back up here. Maybe it didn't need to go that low. It wouldn't have gone down as far. I don't really know the answer to that. All I can tell you is that this wave here necessitates a wave back. So if I had looked at this previously and this S-curve has the cat ears in the middle, and I did, and I said, well, it should be coming back to 583. I said that on way back here, and it never did. Oh, you're just wrong. Well, maybe. Or I'm just timing is off. We're taking a trip somewhere until we get there, right? And this would suggest maybe Monday, you know, depending on how you look at it, the 21st. This would suggest it takes longer than I'm saying right now. The wave. So there's that. Maybe it doesn't get up there until the 21st, or it doesn't get up to 586 till the 21st. But in the meantime, I'm looking at these trajectories like they're really steep, and they could be pivots that get you up here later, but they're following, and that's the big signal for me that like it's just a squeeze, probably a squeeze motion. They're following through on those trajectories. So you're saying I shouldn't be buying stuff for... Hey, I bought calls for next Monday because I thought this was going to produce something really good. And it did, but the calls didn't budge. That's life. Like someone else said, it's volatility, it's overrun, running past the market, so... Oh, I think they already did, yeah. Let's go look at another place we see this pattern. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about with this pattern here. But I feel like we're about to watch... I think we're going to see the market move. But one of the places, there's two spots that I'd go back to. One is the March 2022 AMC run-up. It was low in that case, but it had the same move. Those are easy ones to use. And then the other one is the big one from June 2021. Another one you could use. There's more than one, but those are, or more than two, but those are easy ones because everybody remembers those big moves. They do not always result in moves that big, but that pattern is very clear in those spots, so it's a good one to come back to sometimes and look at. This one's a bit tricky to see unless you're like really nitty gritty. It's not quite as large. There's a kind of a double edge to it. One is this rising that has the backup, but there's actually a second rising like right here. We won't look at this one. I'm just going to point it out. And then there's a backup that slides down low and then pops again. But that second rising is the same. It has an ascending triangle, or excuse me, a rising wedge really, and then it drops. And then the other one that I think it's a little larger, so usually easier to see on this time frame, is this one. So that slump that comes down, you see that rising right here? That's a breakout rising. So you see that similarity between what we're dealing with right now on the S&P 500, for example, and what we're experiencing right here. This is an SOS. It came back up to the top of the range, right? It's pushing over the top of the range. That's what we're doing right now on SPY. We're pushing over the top. We have the drive up. The drive back down is where I was like, oh, it kind of looked kind of weak. But technically, like, it come back pretty far. I think the same thing applied, for example, on AMC back here. This could have come back down farther, in theory. Because if you look at because it doesn't, it may even be reason why we're down here now. This could be pointing to something like way off in the future. Let's just drag it. Let's just drop it right now. But yeah, this could have come all the way back. That would have been the creek. This could have come all the way back down and tested the creek, and it could have still gone. Because an SOS with a backup does just that. That's exactly what it does. So consider the ramifications if that had happened, and then looking backward, you'd be like, oh, that looks just like what we're seeing now. Now, I'm not saying it's one-to-one. I'm not saying the market's going to squeeze, 600%. That's not what I'm saying. We have different targets. We're in a different time, different stock, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We'll run an ETF, but whatever. My point is that this would have been an adequate backup, but there was something here that did bother me, and that was that when we went through here, we didn't ultimately hold the sign of weakness, which we did back here. And that's what I was saying this morning, was like, it's not really my favorite, because this turned into a full S curve instead of a shallow one. does exactly what you would expect. Would have come down 50-50 and dropped through that marker to go low, but it didn't need to and doesn't. Now, because that creek was never checked, let's see where that goes in the future. Maybe nowhere. It may not even connect to our chart now. That would be probable to me because, yeah, it looks really low. It goes like way down here. It just never got checked though, right? Left it open. We know we came back to those levels, so we don't need to like belay the point anymore and keep talking about the same thing. My point is that this motion is ugly. I get that. Mostly because it did the full S-curve. That secondary sell-off, I don't know if it was 100% necessary or not, but it definitely happened. So that would be my only concern here. Otherwise, from the standpoint of like the setup, it's essentially identical as a breakout setup. Well, what if it just keeps dropping, Booksy? I don't know. Like I said, unless it came below 505 or something like that, I probably wouldn't be like, oh no. But if it did come back down, there's still a double bottom on 497. Right now, I guess the bigger concern is it's rejecting off of that cross. So I'm now thinking that the second drawdown might be a reaction like a rotation. I don't know. It went high. It went too high. That's a bummer, man. So failed to break. Did come up to this region, but it failed to break out. Ear 1, ear 2. It's possible. They really might want to come back down to that level, guys. That's what it looks like. That's the measured move right there. It's right on the dot. It's right on the dot. Yeah, I think there's just too many sellers. It may end up dropping all the way down to 505.96 or whatever it is. And that would be a weakness here on this trend. So I think it already punched through it. It looks like the wick went like slightly below it. So just brace yourselves for that. It is what it is. Let's see what a fib extension would do there. Let's use the daily candle instead of... Let's go all the way back to that top. It's a big retracement. Well, the 1414 is our target, so right on the dot, basically. That's at 584. 597 is a 1618, which is usually the more obvious one. But I think in this case, it's kind of a mixed bag. Is if you looked at it as like a 1, 2, 3, and then whatever, it wouldn't work anyways because this goes too low. But it would be an M cross 1, 2, just super deep. Well, we'll see. I won't suggest that we have to do it, but there is this was kind of one of the doors that we opened this morning. I don't think it ever closed. It's just there. Possibility. So right now, it seems possible. Well, that's lower than that 50-50 thing. Yeah, I know. But it also may mean that it goes a little farther. It just depends on the way you think about it. If you look at the RSI, it's turned up. It's certainly trying. If it goes down low and it's divergent, it's going to be pretty bullish. So I know I keep scooting this over. I get it. $505.78. Where was that top actually at? I'm going to ignore the wick values. I'm going to look at that closing value. I think that closing value is more important. Closed at 543.14. That's going to take forever. Let's just do it like $1 at a time until we get closer. We're almost there. It's starting to look more like our number, isn't it? It's going to just be 583. That's funny. Yeah. It's going to be 583. It's the same number. Okay. Maybe 583.50, but it looks like 583.30 or 583.20. That's like a perfect 50-50. I'm not seeing a whole lot of inconsistency here. So aside from the timing being wonky and off and taking a longer route to a backup, which is definitely what would be happening, the measurement actually is fine. So we'll see what happens. I don't think it necessarily holds here. This looks like the 50% mark. I think it drops again. Now I'm starting to think it might be that last 2 hours of the day, because it's definitely that bull's pocket of the day where that might happen. Let's see if there's news the last 2 hours of the day. And let me see if I can confirm any kind of... It's weird is because we missed the trajectory over here by a good bit. This should have been up here around... Well, that could be a pivot though. I'm going to leave it there. I think it's the last 2 hours of the day. I think that's okay. I did say that yesterday, but I said I thought we'd be up at the high of the last 2 hours. So that's like completely backwards. Wonderful, Booksy. Hey, I got out of my stuff yesterday. I told you guys I wasn't trading through all this. I figured there'd be some kind of a pullback. You can't run like 10% and expect no pullback. So, and it got pretty ugly. We're still waiting to see if this flips bearish. But I think if it hits 505 78 and it can have a good bounce. Should be in the right spot to take off. It will be a weakness here long term. We'll have to evaluate that later. What it means is that even if this goes up, it's going to break this line next time it passes through it, more than likely. So it could go up pretty high, and then if it comes back down, yeah, if and when it comes back down, I think it probably will. But if it comes back down, it would probably come right through it. Or cross down through it here. This would be like an early weakness, big pump, like an extended wave 5, if you will, even though I don't think this is much of an Elliott wave. And then drive the price back down through that marker, because if it bumps it now, it's just an SOW. And then later, so it probably would not hold up very well. So this is going to be a pretty massive sell down. It should go back to the next trend. This is going to look ugly if that happens. I can't really tell what this is going to look like yet. All I can say is that it probably dies here and then comes down. What we could do, what about this wave? 1, 2, that should be this wave right here. I think I'm right about this. I think it's going to go back up there. But then I'm looking at, like, I'm still not flinching on that. I don't care about the downside as much as you might think I do. Unless it breaks too low. I don't care. I still think it's going to rip back up. So I'm going to stick to my guns on it. But then the reaction down will be kind of strange. I'm thinking about that right now. If it does that. Let's use this trajectory. This is 58.76. Yeesh, that's really steep. Really steep. I'm not too off. That's actually about right. What happens then? I don't know. That's a little farther out there. If it does that, it's breaking back into the wedge, which kind of happened recently. So it's kind of following that expansion model. It may need to re-break it. This will take a long time. That's the sell down again, but it would not go lower. We'd watch for an SOW here. This might be the last move, I should say. Well, that other level was like pretty high. Monday spot. Yeah, it's a bit bonkers. But this chart is crazy, so. All right, so what I'm going to do is take a break for an hour. I'll come back. I don't think that there's a problem necessarily what we're seeing just yet. I think we're just looking at something like this where we've broken out and we're trying to come back to the creek. As long as it holds on that level, this could be very, very bullish. Usually, and I'm being very honest when I say this, okay, usually this cross trend is the target. So in this case, it looks like if that were the case, you wouldn't hit the target till Monday. So just a forewarning, like if the target region is 583, that 583 intersects like end of the day Friday into Monday. So just to warn you, that doesn't really bode super well with the idea that it rockets tomorrow or today. it kind of makes you think like, oh, it goes down and then it maybe builds out again and then goes. But the timing on the upside here looks like it should be, again, going into today, tomorrow. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. And maybe there's something else to it. Maybe there's both, you know, because one thing I'm not considering is the fact that this M cross could have a top here. Like there could be a top at 560 and it just doesn't advance this week, you know. We may pop here to 560 and then drop down and then Monday go up, you know. There could be an extra move here that I'm just not taking into consideration. So especially if there's a lot of option sellers that do not want their options running into the money, it would not surprise me at all if this dropped low going into Friday. I mean, it could be bad. Just the kind of manipulation that happens on a Friday, it makes me sick sometimes. And then just have a really big rip Monday. Totally possible. So just be mindful of that. Like, I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all scenario. I think there's a couple different possibilities. So I'm going to watch for a top around 560. I'm going to watch for a possibility that it stops or stalls there, in which case we have to look at the next creek. It's not made yet, but there'd be some kind of a marker here in the middle. And that would tell us like potentially, and if there is an SOW at the top, there would be one if it's going to come back down. That would tell you potentially where it's going to go Friday. So the wave would show you direction. Something like that if it drops. So just keep that in mind. Like we're not out of the woods yet, but I do think that the original target was pretty early. It was today, which seemed kind of out there anyways, but we'll see. And then locally, we're not quite there yet to break out just yet, but locally we made a higher high here, but we'd have to push above the top. We've got to get back over 525. So if you're just kind of waiting in the wings and you don't really want to get in until more confirmation, to me it's above 525. I think you have a pretty good chance that that's not going to come back low again. If it holds support over 525, I mean, not just breaking it. You got to see it come up above and like hold the support right here. Then I think you've got a pretty good chance that this is going to just start going really hard. So I'll be back in about an hour time. I don't mind leaving the chart on if some people want to linger and lurk, but for the rest of you, you just do whatever you want to do. Take your lunch break. I'll leave SPY on because we're watching just a general market. Yeah, whoa. Tesla looked crazy. Tesla actually looks better than SPY right now because it came back and hit that low. Did it hit the cross? Yeah, it did the same thing. Never mind. That's the same. It's the same move. It's okay. But it does need to see that rebound now. This could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, and then move. But I'm worried about that drop. It's just not certain about it yet. It may still need to make that drop. All right, so pretty close to the same. It's on the 6 minute. Let's do 3. That'll make the moves look really cool. The only way I'll come back is if it really breaks hard. But I'm like probably likely just going to take that lunch break until wherever. I'll make a marker up here. If it comes above 536, maybe we'll come back. And before you get all worried, remember yesterday was much the same, right? To some degree. We kind of had this like waiting period here. I didn't get on until near noon, and it was like right after that. But the majority of the day was pretty flat and sideways. You really don't know. The second half of the day could be very, very different from the first. So just be patient. All right, I'll be back in an hour. Oh no, be back in. No. No. So that would be 2:30 Eastern time. I don't know. People don't read these comments anyways. They always end up asking in the chat, why is he not talking? Maybe because they're just listening. I don't know. But y'all can let them know if they come in. Nice. Good job. Okay, I'm back. Not particularly interesting in the interim. We got a couple crosses here. There would be some interest in this right here. This is a jump over the 3-minute EMA. It's also a jump back above this line here. So it didn't get a secondary flush down, which is nice. So it popped off of that, and I thought, well, that's not good. You know, we get a knockdown and we could end up sinking below here, but it didn't, at least not yet. So we're walking back up. I'm a bit concerned with how overbought it's getting really rapidly, but this is a pretty classic I'll call it M cross, right? Where it's just jumping over. You can see on the moving averages that wave up is definitely like a push above, and I think it's represented by this cross. So feeling pretty good about this overall. I think that it looks solid. We got a lot of volume in the walkout, comparable to earlier today, but even maybe a little higher on this side. So we'll see. Either it's been more effort for bulls, or we're just seeing some of the, I guess, the duality of it with the back and forth on the potential short covering. So I don't know. Overall, it looks pretty good. And we are out of the last creek here. So that fan right there was the last one. So it's taken a long time. A lot longer than expected. But we are there. And we're still making advances. I'm a little bit worried this is like an LSPY kind of thing, like a bear flag. I don't know how to really qualify that, except just to sort of watch and see what happens, because the motion of the flag is currently kind of parabolic, which reminds me a little bit of what happened here yesterday, oddly enough. So what we may want to do, and I didn't do this before, but what we may want to do is, well, I didn't do it before because I wasn't thinking it was necessarily done. But what I'm going to do is create a trend. Because typically if it's going to flag and then drop again, it's going to do so within a trend. Yeah, so we're at the very tippy top of that right now. As the bear flag almost always appears in some kind of channel. I'm going to try to find that channel. High was 545.32. 545.32. Yep, that's it right there. So I think we were right in where that jump needs to be. So I think this could be a contention zone. I'll tell you this much, it's certainly not been as squeeze-like as I had hoped. You know, yesterday, that market squeeze event seemed pretty obvious it was going to do it, but the remainder here has been very wishy-washy. Like, we're not really making the kind of progress that I would hope we'd make, and I'm still actually kind of nervous about coming back down to this top here at 505. So I know that I said, you know, maybe if it walks out, I kind of said the opposite, but I don't know. At this point, I would not be surprised if it still came back down, if it flags down again. Sort of an ABC type deal, and just drops one more time. I think this was a little bit weak when it came through, just enough that it makes me wonder if it's going to dump it, and we're just kind of propping it back up right now. So just be aware of that. We might be in for a bit of a rug pull. Let's see how far Tesla went. Again, so. It's just not doing anything very quick. And I'm sort of worried that this is going to be one more drawdown here. This isn't the kind of reaction you usually get from a breakout like that. So let's do the same thing. Let's treat this like a channel. And there it is. It was there the whole time. And let's take a look. So actually on Tesla, it kind of looks like it's out of the channel, which is kind of a positive. I suppose if Yeah, I mean, to me, that's what it looks like. It looks like it's walked out. 1, 2. I don't really know what we're waiting for. Just regaining support, I guess, on top of the trend. That's what made me nervous that it might be an LSPY, though, because like a bear flag. Sometimes that goes right up to where it is and then it rejects. All right, well, it's kind of a do or die moment, unfortunately. I hate that it always comes down to stuff like this, but now that we have a bigger, broader chart built out, we'll take a look and see what we can see. I don't know. This still, to me, looks like something really familiar. Like that drop with the flattening. That still looks like what it should look like. We were talking about this earlier. You remember how I was talking about, like, you'd get a series of, like, up thrusts with, like, these flat zones in the middle? You're talking about this? I don't usually expect them to go up, necessarily, but something like this. It's pretty typical, actually. Usually the second or third one's not so dramatic, but like that. How about we do this, though? Let's abandon the idea that we have to have this like perfect trajectory, because I think that at this point, if it melts up, it melts up. I don't think anyone's going to really care that much if it hits the trajectory perfectly or not. So I'm going to keep some of them, maybe the top ones, but I'm going to get rid of the rest of these just to kind of give us some breathing room here. And we'll make another one if we need to, but right now I'm just going to remove them from the chart. And I'm going to get rid of some extra marks here that I just don't need. This is still relevant, so we're going to keep it. We're going to keep it kind of low priority. And then this is definitely still relevant. We do not want to get rid of that yet. And these really look like, to me, they look right, but I've also not really anchored them, so let's anchor them. So my assertion yesterday was that it may, if it continues to do what it was doing, it may have a pretty decent chance of running up by midday today around this time. But ever since this morning, it's not really been following the more accelerated route. It's been following a much slower route. And you got to be careful, because you don't want to get stuck in a, and I'm doing it to some degree because I said I'm sticking to my guns, but you really don't want to get stuck to too intensely to a particular outcome that you're not able to see past, your own nose, so to speak. And you kind of miss the big picture. So we're going to, like I said, we might keep some of these on the chart, but on the whole, I think what I want to do is focus more on, let's just get rid of those. I'm going to focus more on the underlying trajectories and the wave and see if I come up with anything different than what we have. Because this to me still looks potentially very good for a second part of the squeeze here. The news has been largely negative today after the big news, because China's tariffs went in effect. I believe it was like the EU paused it as well. I don't think they want to do anything crazy, but I don't think China's going to back off, because we already put theirs into action. So I don't know, guys. When I look at that, I think it looks pretty bullish. Aside from this cross down, everything else to me looks pretty good. I could see it having like a final drop down just to have it, drop down here, almost like a head and shoulder kind of motion. So I don't think that would be unrealistic to have kind of a final sell down. Might be in the cards. So we're going to watch carefully, maybe when it gets to this level up top. I think it's possible we could have a final sell down like right here. And then maybe head back up. We'll see. That's about as bearish as I'm going to get right now. It would not surprise me. I kind of see the same thing on SPY. It's like eking up, but it hasn't made that jump yet. It really needs to make that jump and get back above here, and it's just not doing it yet. So it still reeks like it could be a flag, or reads like it could be a flag. That just sort of missed the target. Like it didn't come down low enough. Let me see where that is on the chart. It looks like that level. I mean, it might be enough. All right, so here's the thought behind this. One of two things. We're either going to get that breakout and just start the motion upward, and we should be doing that around 5:30, or we're going to get rejection pretty soon. We're talking about right at this marker right here, and essentially just knocking it backwards, drop down. I don't think it necessarily has to come lower, but it would be... it's just one of those things where it's like until it happens, we just have to watch, because you could have a backup that's not quite so far. It could drop back to like 519 instead of coming really low. But I'm like eyeballing Tesla, thinking, yeah, if it does suddenly like come backwards, it potentially could drop very low, because I think it would come back to this creek, so it would end up being substantial, like way back down. In theory. Oh boy. What about all that other stuff? The bull stuff. The bullish side is still there. I mean, we've already kind of mapped it out. We've done it like 3 or 4 different ways today. And I think the frustration has just been the timing of it. But the overall motion here is still very similar. If you look backwards at what happened on this bottom, very similar motion here. It's just far more accelerated, in my opinion. So I had said that I thought this was going to be like a secondary squeeze motion, and I still do. And so if that breaks, that's what's going to happen. It's going to like rip, I think, to the upside. I do. But in order for that to happen, it has to get up above 536. Really got to get up here. About this little green box zone above here. I don't know if you can see it very easily on the chart. But that is definitely where it has to go to take off. I'm pretty positive about that. And that should be the breakout zone if it can get there. Let's take a look at this wave. This is kind of interesting to me too, because this is quite a strong looking trend. We saw something like this on Tesla. It developed as like a middle. Or maybe it's something else, but maybe right there. Yeah, that has been acting as a kind of support and resistance level. Doesn't really, to me, look like the middle, but there's a reason I'm doing this. Let's get rid of this fib extension because there's more noise on the chart I don't need. I already got enough noise. I'm going to keep that one. I don't want to keep this one. Or at least want to make it a little bit softer. So yeah, breakdown would be like a rug pull, and then we'll see what the bounce does if it does do that. AMC's up again, and GME's down. It was kind of flip-flopped earlier. AMC was down, GME was up for a bit. I always forget. There's like this eyeglass thing that you can use and like drag it around an area, but I always forget how to do it. I just forget that it's there. I think it's just this. There we go. I was like, where is it? It's over here somewhere. Yeah, it's over the top, so it does look a lot like a cup and handle type deal. But this one's kind of already getting to that point that we had marked off. It's very close. It needs that last little leg. To me, everything is kind of measuring out to be like finishing pretty soon. Because we had measured this out to be Friday at basically at open. I wonder if we're going to get some kind of gap move in extended hours here. SPY definitely has room for another pull down. Well, actually, you know what? This looks exactly like yesterday. See that walk up? It's the same exact spot that it pulled down yesterday. And there was a drawback right here, like a sudden drop, and then it just ran really hard. And there was like a sudden drop down, and then it just goes really similar in that setup. Get rid of some of this noise here. You see that on the RSI? Up again. It's like building out. And when it took off, it went back to, well, I mean, I would say it went back to a creek, but like there. But it's kind of loose. Should be well defined. So maybe that one's better. I think so. That might be better. So the last motion before the cross up is where it dropped back to. So maybe this. Maybe it hits 518. That may be right. It's right where it should be. It's a little different this time. The advance is kind of weak here. Or weak compared to what it was there. There's no real like push up. So again, a little concerned that this is going to be like a bigger drawback. So perhaps here, if it needs it, and then perhaps here. Yeah, still worried about that one. It is what it is. I know it doesn't give us a lot, but from a bull's perspective here, technically any of those could still make the stock remain very bullish. So it just depends on your point of view about. I answered that question before. Yeah. I think you asked me that question before, and I went on a long talk about it. So you said something about 2x ETFs, or was that somebody else? It must have been someone else. You probably missed it. Yeah, I have no strong opinions about it. I mean, it's a way to trade momentarily. I don't know why they would do that if GME is at risk of squeezing, because it feels like they would not be able to pay out, you know, but it might just be an opportunity to get more people that are willing to buy and sell. Maybe just to skirt around, just to skirt around the people that are holding the stock on GME. Sure. ETFs are a little different, but yeah, we're widening right here with a flat, kind of a flat top with a little bit of a widening. So it's going higher and then lower, which often does indicate a change of direction might be coming or a big breakout. It's usually one of the two. But in most cases, if you're widening at a top, it's not usually bullish. If SPY is bullish with a widening top, it's like really bullish, you know. That's happened before, but it's not as common as the breakdown. So the breakdown's more common is what I'm saying. Right at the peak there, it's turning down. So I think we're going to get that pullback. I do. And I'm betting this goes all the way up. Yeah, we'll just use it. The 3.8 is right here. So it's pretty close to where we thought. So I think there would be a sufficient amount of evidence to suggest that that could go pretty low. And the 6 is down here when you drag it. It's a 6.2, 62% from the breakdown point is right here. So I think we're right that that could be a potential target right here. Not everything that you see is going to get met, so I don't really want to overthink that. I'll just kind of leave it on the chart. Those are both possibilities. Nothing's really worked out quite as well today as it did yesterday, but I'm still feeling good about it. I don't know. To me, that still looks fine. I wouldn't mind a drop. Really cool off the RSI a bit before it tried again. Would not be the end of the world. Let's take the 6 minute. I mean, in principle, these really just were going around the 50. If you look at the walk-ups here, 1, 2, and then 1, 2, this does to me appear to be weaker. Like it has more selling pressure. You can see there's a lot more activity up and down, a lot more selling pressure, but there also is more volume. I mean, we had like no volume here right before that big move. So that's part of it. But it's higher volatility, more sellers. I mean, you got to imagine there were a lot of people this week that had calls, or puts, I should say, real low, or that sold calls and that do not want this thing to run. It's not that complicated. Now, some people, I'm sure, planned ahead. But I would not personally be surprised, is what I'm saying, if there are not a ton of option sellers out there who are just kind of scrambling to get the price back down. Probably the same people that are squawking about it from behind a desk somewhere to news places, trying to get you to do something with your money. I think the options market is like basically the mafia. of the stock market. I genuinely do. I think that the options trading is some of the most manipulated stuff I've ever seen. So with this build out, this being kind of low, the potential here is actually quite nice, but there is a considerable delay if that's the case, if this is the cross. Normally that does not, like this would suggest you don't get to, you can get to 600 by the 14th, which is Monday, which is still really high. I mean, that's way up there. But normally that kind of stuff doesn't actually work that way. So what I mean is, like, if you have a trend, you can do a wave cross like that, and it might indicate where you do hit a top, but sometimes you'll get there early anyways, and it'll just kind of coast. And I've almost never seen it kind of perfectly hit the top. It's usually like in the vicinity of. So this is still like Friday into Monday kind of business right here. And that's typical. If it's going to continue a trend, that's probably where it would go. And before you ask, you know, whether that's about the squeeze or that's just kind of basic stuff, in my opinion. Because like when we talk about trends and you talk about waves, it's just a simple way of understanding wave direction and momentum. Again, it doesn't have to follow through. But if you take the just take the parallel, oops. Well, that's not what I want. Take a parallel channel and just, this is something I've done before on the stream. It's very simple math. So if you have, let's say 1 or 2 moves, that's usually enough to do something with. You can get the third hit. Sometimes you can even get the second hit if you're good at it, if you're lucky, but you never know, because this, like in our case, this is what it looks like, but then we only went to like here. That's what happened. And then we're kind of like stalling out, right? So that's essentially what we're seeing right there, because we went up to like the middle and then we stalled out and went back to the base. So we didn't actually make an advancement back to the what would be potentially the top of the channel. It's got a bottom, so the top's there. But anywho, what you can do, there's 2 things. One, you can do a wave cross. So you can go from the bottom here and you can drag from the bottom through the middle. And that might give you a suggestion of where it hits the top. Granted, if it stalls out, what do you do, right? Well, that's a good question. Because if it stalls out and it comes back down, now you have to ask the question, where was the actual wave cross? Was it A to B right here? Or was it A to C, like over here, which lowers that target and therefore gives you more time? Or is it something like in between? And I have seen it before where it's kind of in between, where there's like a wave cross up, and then usually that's like a creek. And so there's like some kind of extra creek there. And then that ends up being kind of the middle. We can use that instead. I don't think anything's completely wrong, because I've seen it all different ways. When you go back and you do things retroactively, it could be any of those. So this is very different than what we would have first drawn as like a middle. That's the directional middle. So it's actually looks complicated, but it's super straightforward. Because what you're doing is you're basically doing like a fib extension. You're saying like this is, in some ways you're saying like this is how long the wavelength is. This is the extension from that point forward by using like a projection. A way of like projecting almost like a shadow, like you're projecting something distance-wise. You do it in like physics and stuff when you're trying to figure out how tall a building is, and you have to measure like the angle of the shadow and how long the shadow is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's like trigonometry, but this is more geometric. And it's frankly much simpler. So you're basically just looking at a wave and like, where does it go? Right, next. But the good news is that this works really well for pretty much everything if you can kind of identify the points of interest that you need. So it also works on the other direction. So if you had like another cross in the middle right here, you could do it again going this way as well. And this would give you the wavelength down approximately. And again, the mathematics behind it are actually very straightforward. in a lot of ways, because if you did this perfectly, what it would mean is that this length and this length are basically the same. It's like the same move, same time. And then this length here, this leg. So really all you're doing is projecting, again, this concept, and this leg are basically the same. But that's the speed at which we're moving. Could you just do it with a bunch of angles, like measuring them and stuff? Sure. But I think it's better to just sort of avoid that trapping, because even though angles in and out could be somewhat symmetrical, they're often not. And so you don't have the luxury of like up and down are the same. They're only like that on like bigger waves. Like you can see here, the up and down is basically the same on that wavelength. But everything else is kind of like, meh, this is a little irregular. It's hard to find the middle. So this is what I'm suggesting. We do have a middle here. We do have a bottom. And what I want to do is ignore everything else. So I'm going to get rid of the messy chart. I do this a lot when I just want to get a clear view of something and not be super stuck in one idea. Could be that that idea was right, but we're just going to get rid of that anyways and just take a look at the wave itself, because I think that's really important to just kind of look at the wave. So that's the breakout right there. So this starts a new trend because it's a higher low. So this is the first point of contact. This is potentially a second point of contact that might just continue. So I've been talking about the second day of the squeeze. I'm talking about a squeeze up, right? So in theory, that's it, right? We have a trend. We have two bottoms. But the way this developed is it starts developing back here in this particular downward motion. I did a lot of analysis on this way back in like August 2022 and like some other times. But this motion down, I think we talked about it a little bit recently. This motion down is actually, this LSPY is super important for the overall health of the stock. Usually you come back to it at some point and test it again. And it could be a number of things. I'm just calling it, you call it a bear flag if you want, whatever you want to call it. I call it a cat ear or sometimes an LSPY, but the preliminary support, you know what I mean? So this ends up being a really critical marker for a lot of this measurement and the tools of this measurement. So I think this is very, very important. Like that's why we probably came back as low as we did. This was another place that I said was probably very important. Two possibilities. So we've got a trend down, already broke out of that. Not really sure what we're waiting for, right? Okay, so then what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep that in mind and we're gonna use so what I'm doing right now is essentially wave analytics. It's not really, I don't know if you would call it like, it's technical analysis, but it's not technical analysis that predominantly uses sort of maybe traditional mathematics that are used in the market a lot. So that's a very different angle than this angle. I'm just checking them. So I still think we could have a pullback. It's kind of just missing that last dump. Just sort of missing it, you know? Maybe it's strong enough, it won't need it. It's kind of coiling up right here, which looks good to me. So let's do this two different ways. We'll do it with what this ended up being as the top, which is kind of weak. And then we're going to do it again, but we're going to do it with a larger version that goes up to this peak, because this is the one that was like the fake out news. And I think that the wave began here, but it's not. I think this is like the lower half. I genuinely do, based on everything else we saw. Still, this division is being used. You can see right there it's being used. So if that were the division and it's being used, then we have to find a cross here. I think they gave it to us yesterday at close. Why not just use this trend? Well, you could. My guess is that it will be right in the middle, but I'm curious about this other one as well. there's a jump here. And I'm calling it a cross because on the top there's a cat ear, like a 1 and then a 2-2. That's the ear. That's an important marker in the market. It's not irrelevant. It usually signifies a wave cross is going on, and it's typically really, really significant. So I'm going to keep that on the chart here. Actually, it looks like it might be echoing this one a little bit. And that's pretty close to where we ended up, isn't it? So that's another possibility. Well, let's take the simplest approach. And then I think, see, this is why I'm not sure. I don't really want to use the bottom. I'm trying to like avoid it because I don't think it's right. I feel like it's this one because it hit, but we don't have that over here. Well, that's good enough for me now. So we take this, we take that into consideration, and this would project high. This does not seem right, does it? Because already it's like, well, that's not right. It didn't go there. It's not even like remotely there yet, you know? And it's again, it's up high. It's like these timings are not, none of these timings are working out, Booksy. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. But I think that, again, like some of these may be used as pivots, which are like areas of like rejection that then turn back the other way. I was saying that earlier with this drop down. It may seem like it's just not bullish, you know, but I don't know if I draw that conclusion immediately because like this is a definitely point of interest, but there was another trend here that was quite low and it dropped from way over here. And that is really important because you have two competing concepts, right? And maybe even say that it's right there if you use that wick. This is almost directly in the middle of these two. Yeah, actually it is. It's like directly in the middle. So this might be a better center point to use. So instead of using that, which isn't working, let's use this one. And then we're going to drop it through here. And that is Friday. That's a Friday move. And we're going to double check the wavelength and see if that makes sense. It does make sense to me when I look at it visually. To the top to bottom, doubling that value, and you get that value right there, which is the middle value that we had. So that wavelength would be relatively complete, and it does have a very head and shoulder like appearance, which is kind of a bummer because you don't want to see a head and shoulder there. Or I don't know, maybe you do, I have no idea. Head and shoulder might lead down to lows like 500. This right here would be that 518 hit. I think that's okay. That seems more reasonable to me because of this trend that may happen and need to happen first. That could be the backup marker. Let's use like light orange or something. Right there. So there's a potential heat signature right here, but this is just one of the many. So if this ends up being adapted, it'd be kind of weird, but I guess it could work. That's interesting. I wonder why it does look like that. I don't usually have a border. It's kind of weird. Let's try something else. Because I think this is really important. So now that we've done all that work, let's just kind of undo it. I won't get rid of everything, but we're going to change this. See, I think it's higher. I think it was like there, which is a little different. That meant this one makes a lot more sense to me. because that upthrust kind of ignores it, but then this respects it. It almost makes a lot more sense to me. And then there's another one which changes a little bit because it doesn't go all the way to the top, right? It doesn't ever get there. It does make me wonder if there's like a narrowing, or we just haven't finished yet, a low part. There was another one here. See how both of those are like respected? It gives new light to this. This makes this seem like a middle instead of what it looked like before, which was the top. It makes this region right here look like a center mark as opposed to a top. And that does kind of jive with what we see on this walk down. So I actually think this is probably the better channel, like the truer channel, in my opinion. And if it is, it's going to be really tricky to do because we don't have an accurate projection. So we don't have a top and a bottom yet. So how do you do that one? I'm going to leave the targets there, but I'm just going to redo the chart as I see fit. While it's clean. It might just be embedded in the idea of this area as like a range. So we were talking about this region back here on March 4th. What an ugly little range, huh? That's not a very nice thing to say. Okay. So that should be the middle of the range. Usually we leave from the center. That makes it really hard to predict. And then this was a fake out. It looked like it was going to hold the center. And you're like, well, it didn't fake me out. Well, it's not for everybody. It's for whoever gets faked out by it. I mean, there's a lot of people who trade differently, and these quantum computer algorithm things are just ridiculous. I don't know if you've seen these computers, but they're crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy computers. Let me see if that's about right. I'm eyeballing it. All right, I was pretty darn close. Yeah, so we're talking about a range retest here, and we just haven't gotten there yet. It's that simple. So the target that we got first really looks very convincing because we're basically saying we're going to come back up to hit the top of the gap, essentially, right here. And I don't think that's unreasonable. So that measurement is actually pretty darn good. I'm thinking that very first one we did is pretty good. But there's nothing here that leads us beyond that to this 583 except, again, like the potential for another kind of massive push here. I think we're going to get a big buy-in and buy up, and then I think we're going to do the same thing again or a similar thing. We might get a really nasty sell down. It's probably going to be as simple as just jumping a creek and coming back and testing it. Yeah, so this will like press the creek. We already had this on the chart earlier. But this would like press the creek here, and then it would retreat, and it would come back to the previous creek test there. So if this draws back down, and then it does a 50-50 around the creek, that's like right where it needs to be. And then it can pull back again and do a 50% retrace. It's very simple. And it kind of resets it again. But I think if it doesn't make a sign of weakness here, like it doesn't push below, if it actually stays higher, I think it's going to be more parabolic, probably. I don't think it's going to come to the outside of this trend this next time. I think it'll look a lot more violent because your bears are not as able, they're not as in control at this point. There's more squeeze that's happened. So see how this squeezed right up into that gap pocket? I think this is going to do the same thing. It's going to squeeze right up into that gap pocket, and then it's going to sell down again. But I'm willing to venture a guess here that it's going to be a little bit more parabolic in nature this time, as these things usually are. So what we want to do is see if we can identify the next point of interest. And this is where I'm going to get kind of stuck. Because while this does have a nice cross down, the only low I have is the first one. I don't have another one. I could try to do it here, but there's nothing really there. It doesn't go up high enough. Is that it? That's really steep. Really, really steep. That's too soon. That's probably the first one that I saw, which was today around noon. So that's not the one that ended up working out. So instead, let's use this bottom here. Oh yeah, there it is. And then let's see where that goes. That's over there Monday. I think we're in for like a 3-day squeeze. So here's my thought. I think what we're seeing is that from top to bottom, remember how we used 2 different motions? We used one that was like right there, and that didn't really work very well. But then when we used the second one, it went to like directly in between these two. That ended up being like the main kind of kicker. We're like, oh, that worked really well, because that was the main creek coming down. I think the reason that that was there is it's probably pinpointing this, which is weird because you can't see it. Maybe there was something in extended hours that identifies it. And my guess is if you take this up and over, it's like still along that same bead, but it's still not far enough. I don't think any of these are going to be right. They're all going to be like really close. Maybe this one. That would be resistance support, which I do use a lot. It's closer. Anyways, but I think since we have the marker here, we're just going to use this one. So the 50-50s are not magic. They just do help a lot to divide space and give you like a better idea of where to look. That's where it is. I'm going to leave it there because that's clearly been respected here. I think this is it, guy. I think this is going to go to 565. We're probably going to retrace, come back down into Friday. I don't think Friday is going to end there. I get the feeling Friday is going to end under 550. And then I think Monday probably going to have another rally. So I would imagine it's something like this, and then you're going to have another rally Monday. And it may just go like really hard Monday. It may not look back, as it should be going a little steeper, like much more in like a parabola, like I was saying at that point, because usually this ends up be going almost hyperbolic. Yeah. Hyperbolic, like a time chamber. No. No. Yeah, that's it right there. That's the mark. So that'll be the motion. How sure are you about this, Booksy? Pretty sure. But that's higher than you said. Yes, it is. That's 600. If it can get to 600, it's probably not going to go much further. I mean, I wouldn't imagine. That rally would look like something unseen. But I do think the end of that would be bearish. How so? What other evidence is there that it goes to 600 right there? Because you had another macro chart and it did not go to 600, Booksy. That's true. I did. So there's a good question. The 600 is pretty darn huge. But you got to remember right now, options are such that there's not really a lot of That's 500. That's the 490 mark. That's kind of where we were. I mean, arguably that didn't get tested. That's probably the one. There's another one that's not quite as steep. But I'm thinking that's the level that we're kind of anchoring off of because of the double bottom back here. Probably anchoring off that bottom. That projection's up. That's a really big move. I'm just kind of curious now, so I'm going to look at these markers. I don't think fib wave analysis is bad, or like fib fan analysis. I just don't think it's always like the best. I mean, this would show us clear evidence that there's a wrap here, kind of like we wrapped here. But that's sort of already expected based on the level. You don't really need the fan to sort of see that. So I'm not really sure if that helps very much. It's just something else. There's another level right there. That one looks pretty compelling. This one, that was a pretty big bottom. It just sort of took off. It did an SOS right after that. So that also is another one that's very important. This one might be even more compelling because of the nature of where it is. You can see right there, relative to the trends, it looks like it followed pretty well that region. Again, it doesn't really give us any evidence that it would go that far unless you're thinking about like a final wave wrap. But I already think, again, that level is going to do enough for us. So I'm not worried about it. All right. I'm not really seeing a lot except for that one marker. And it's an important one, but it's not the only one. So I'm not, I'm like, okay. I mean, it hits these two. There's definitely a hook and a drop from it. You can see they're there. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just don't know why it would be the most important aside from just coming back up. It's just one you could grab onto. And just kind of feels like a random marker, but I guess it looks pretty good. The second one I was going to say was this one, which is maybe even better. So I'm going to do this. And just see where that goes. That's actually really low. That's interesting. So again, there's a lot of intersection right here. Lots going on right here at 555. That's like a triple intersection for like 3 or 4 different things right in that pocket. I think we're right about what would need to happen in a breakout. We need to kind of traverse both of these zones somehow. And then the next one I was going to do should also be a little bit shallower, but it'd be like more about the trend here. So these are trends. They're also a kind of creek that I would call like an ice. That one's not really helpful. It was like back here, this guy. So an ice is just a level that has support, but if you drop it, it's obviously really bad. So this one's pretty darn strong. You can see there was a clear rejection on it and then multiple hits. This falls more into line with the concepts we had earlier, talking about going just to 580, which is like right there. So I don't know. None of those are really great. Maybe it just depends on how much volume we get. It could be that simple. The operators don't really care. They're just going to do it. However they're going to do it. Or they're just waiting on news to make a decision right here. I suppose you could still dump. But I'm inclined to think we're in a pretty good spot. And I don't think a pullback right now is really that bad. I guess this moved really fast, didn't it? It was like split second kind of stuff. How long was that? It must have been like a matter of minutes. Yeah, somebody said 18 minutes. That'd be crazy. Here's another possibility. Again, just trying to kind of rinse and reuse this chart so I don't have to keep making anything new. So here's another possibility. That one's definitely a contender, but another one might be that it's not done because it hasn't finished this formation yet. This is kind of a curiosity. So if the build outs are really similar, then you might have, see how this comes down in like a V shape and then kind of anchors itself and builds out. We may only be in this portion of that move. I kept thinking we're probably above the creek, but what if we're still like below it? That changes some things. Don't get me wrong. I know there's downside here that we broke out of, but something similar happened here where it broke out of the downside. And then when it did that, it went into a kind of this other flattening, but this actually built out from multiple. This is a classic creek actually, because like a creek would be raised and then it would just try to wait and raise it again. So there's like a second creek that's built right here like that. And it looks like just a resistance getting raised, and then it does it again, right? It just keeps raising the creek until it finally comes back into the back test where it wants to go back to. So this is like a really good example of a creek move because it pushed up and then pushed up, and it's not quite as rigid. It kind of doesn't even respect them that well. So it's possible that we're experiencing something quite similar, and this was intended to get people's attention, but we're actually just in this early kind of development of a new creek, which certainly seems possible. And we're walking our way upward and outward, sort of like we did here, with steeper and steeper drives out until we get to the end. So if that's the case, let's just anchor it on this cat ear back here and see where that takes us. So it looks like a failure. Looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4 with a drop. But it did raise the creek. So now I look at these as time projections too. Because when you do that and you create more space, you know, you may not be happy with the results every time, but if you can create some more space between from like one point to another, that projection that happens tends to be fairly straightforward. Like you're giving yourself like a window of time. So back here, there would have been, let me just show you what I mean. Is you would go, after you jump this creek, by creating this push up, like as soon as this push up was made, you could have looked at this and said, okay, it pushed up. Now what? Well, now you have all this time from the time of the push up until it terminates on the edge. It just adds like 3 hours of time by pushing it up and retreating. Now you've got all this time to like do whatever you want to do, accumulate. So I think every time we've pushed up here, we've kind of been adding time potentially, good or bad. This was already kind of built into it early in the day. So early in the day, this was already saying this could be Friday, which we started noticing that there was a lot of movement that was making it look more like Friday, not today. So went completely the opposite way, went really low, did not have an early buy back in. We're down low. We're probably accumulating. This looks good to me. I like that arc. I really do. I like the strong pointed bottom on the motion here. And I like that rounding. I think it's just a matter of time because that to me still looks really bullish. And then timing here is tricky because as you're generating these outward motions, you're also kind of building creeks both directions, which it's frustrating, but because you're like, well, when the heck is it going to go? I'm like, I don't know. The market's chopping it, so it makes it hard to time it. They keep adding more time. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that your bears and your option sellers would not want to be, I'm sure a lot of option sellers would not want to be going up right now. And they would blame it on everything but the chart, but they're going to use the time that they have to try to manufacture some kind of a hold. It really is going to depend a lot on these, whether the bulls want it or not. Because I don't think there's any reason this couldn't squeeze hard. I feel like I've been saying that for the last 24 hours. And have a secondary motion. Some people think this is the trap, but I'm like, it just doesn't seem like enough. I think they want everybody to jump back in the market and have like a rally, like an epic rally, and then it's going to just be blech after that. We didn't even get to the creek here. I mean, that's, for me, that's like cat ear 101 kind of stuff. You start jumping creeks, you're almost always going to triangulate out, fan out, I should say, to the next one. We didn't even get there. So I have I'm not worried. I'm just kind of like, all right, what are we doing? You know, are we going to try to like pin this somewhere on a Friday? It's the same thing. I don't know. I would not be surprised if the market cannot manufacture a move and it's just unable to do so because of the bearish pressure here going into tomorrow. In theory, could this just sit here all day tomorrow at 537? Sure. I just don't want it. I mean, I don't want it to happen. I'm trying to be optimistic about it, but like because of the way it's set up, it looks like really bullish to me. And some of these early trajectories suggest there'll be a big pump. I think you're going to get here's my thought, all right? This is my guess. I don't know if it's going to happen end of the day or first thing tomorrow or in extended hours. But my guess is that this is going to bottom here. You're going to get a rocket way up high to like 565. And my guess is that whatever happens next, more than likely, what we're going to see is that there's some kind of a drop. Maybe it even goes below this creek. I don't know. There'll be some kind of a drop tomorrow that brings it back down to like a middle level. Maybe in the 530s, mid 530s. And I think at that point, that's probably going to be it for the week. And I think what happens is then on Monday, when all those option sellers are out and people are like fresh on the weekend, you're going to get a lot of FOMO, because you're probably going to see that the market rally 2 epic days. People are going to be like talking about it on the weekend. And my thought is that that's likely going to bring in a lot more buyers come Monday. And that's really the squeeze that kind of breaks the camel's back, so to speak, because I think that motion right there is going to be epic, but probably also destructive as all get out, like cause mass FOMO. And then I don't know what it's going to be, but there'd be some kind of rug pull. I don't know what the news would be. Is this guessing? Yeah, it's guessing. Is this based on technicals? Not that particular statement I just made. No. But I think it makes sense for liquidity purposes to have a weekend wait. To have a big pop and then a solid close would bring in a lot of money Monday. But it would also prevent your option sellers from getting completely and totally butchered, which probably is what happens as a result. Because they're still selling options thinking like, we're not going to go there, for the end of the week. The people are trying to like get something that's going to pay off overnight, and it's probably not going to work out the way they think. So they'll tease it and then they'll let it run and then drive the price back down really hard. So if it pops tomorrow morning, I'm not going to just hold on to it thinking it's going to go to 583 on Friday, more than likely. I'm starting to see the tinkering now, and I don't like that. So yeah, this would not surprise me at all. If this is like a 1-2 right here. Sort of the same thing as yesterday. Timing's not that different. What if you're wrong and it's just bearish? I don't know. Like I said, I already had my chart kind of taken apart and put back together, but like this to me is kind of a straightforward potential drop level, back down to 505. And I don't think that necessarily means it's bearish, but I can certainly understand why people would think that if it's breaking through like some trend. I get it. But that to me is like a head and shoulder target. It's really not that big of a deal to come back and check that, because our creek is so ridiculously like steep at this point. There's really no reason to suspect that it's not. I mean, if it were like, what I mean is that if it starts capitulating, I feel like we're going to know, is what I'm trying to say. And I don't think we're there yet. There's a lower trend, really, really low. That could be a double bottom, all kinds of stuff. You got to remember that like the grand overarching theme here is not that this is super bullish. Like the overarching theme is like we're trying to get people to bring the price back up so that we can sell back to the market. And when you look at it that way, this looks like a gigantic, weird hook. It does not look like some kind of Super Bowl breakout kind of deal. It looks like a big parabolic looking hook. Maybe a beak. So I'm not of the opinion that this is some kind of a macro bullish new bull trend. And when we think about it from that point of view, that determines a lot of what your outlook is, in my opinion. So I think this is more of like this kind of beak motion build out here. I'm actually going to keep the beak on the screen. I think this is what we're going to see. You'll see it dip out of these trends in order to create like chaos and also spring type slingshot motions. But we'll do it and manufacture it in a way that it looks bullish at the right times. And I think the reason for that is because of what happened here. There's a lot of people that did sell, but I think they would want to take it back up above this range to sell. And I know that because that March 28th to 4th area, this region here has been so wildly targeted market-wide. And I can't ignore it, so I'm not going to ignore it. But yeah, I mean, this is not me saying the market's super bullish now. So I hope you guys understand that. It's really me saying, I think we missed a check. I think we're going to go back up and resell this zone here and sell through it right there. So sellers will load back up. Isn't there a way to like get that perfectly? Yeah, I mean, we kind of already talked about it, but it's essentially like this motion right here. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think this is a really high extension that may or may not happen, but this is something that means to me is like really common sense. You know, if it breaks that creek, and I think it will, then I think it's going to go up to this level around 585, 583, 585. If it doesn't break that level, I don't know what's going to happen exactly, but if it doesn't break that level, we might be in a bit of a sticky situation, but it would probably stop short at like 5. Like we'd be able to know tomorrow. If tomorrow there's no push of the resistance on this creek, then you could have a problem. So I think what happens tomorrow is going to be pretty important. Maybe Monday, but I think it'll be tomorrow. Yeah. If we don't push this creek at all, we don't get up to 565, we stop at like 557. It's not even really about the gap fill. It's really about the kind of that weakness. I don't know. If there's no push of that resistance, you want to see it kind of at least try to get there. I'd be more concerned if it missed, fell short, and then dropped. Because that might indicate that that is indeed going to be like our wall, and we're not going to come back through this. That generates a whole lot of questions about what this could do. Because frankly, at that point, that could be the end of it. There wouldn't be another move. And then you'd be kind of stuck with whatever you get. And it probably would just come back and, start walking back down again, I guess. So probably find out Monday. All right, we're at 518. Came pretty low. This is a good level to test. It is. I'm not super concerned just yet. If you look backwards, you can kind of tell why. You see when we came up here, we dropped that level this morning. I think it was the 618 to 65 area right here. And it went low, and now it's coming back above it. It never actually checked it. It just kind of jumped and didn't come back. So we distributed here. We raised the creek a little bit up, but we're pushing back down. And I think it makes sense if you look backwards at the chart where that level is, that we may want to test that as a top. Previously, this was really just sold through it. Sold. And we only bought here once, maybe twice. But that's all selling. So we want to see that turn into buying pressure, and all that we saw was one, and then it sold through it. You can see the wick. So it would be good to see it buy through this area instead of sell through it. Trump doesn't get to cut rates. That's not his job. The president does not control the Federal Reserve, which is why he's always angry when it comes to rate cuts, because he doesn't have any control.
whether or not you like him, you love him, or you hate him, doesn't matter. You don't get to tell, he can't change what he can't change. And the Federal Reserve was established to be, like Powell said, it's established to be non-political. Its job is to prevent things like a recession from happening. That's the whole reason we have one. For a Great Depression or something, right? A central bank. So, like, I don't know. The idea of the president getting rate cuts done doesn't make any sense. He can't tell anybody what to do. He has no control over that. I don't see why he would oust Powell either, or even attempt to, because Powell's done a really good job. Like, even Trump said there's no inflation, which he's basically saying right there that he has no reason to say that. Like, there's no reason to doubt that Powell's done a good job. Okay, well, if you don't think there's inflation, they obviously did something right. And the truth is that inflation went from like plus 7% year over year to, just over 3 or whatever it was. They've been trying to get it down lower, and it's kind of sticky, but still, it's really good. The problem isn't that. I think Powell said it last time. It's that people don't perceive that because the prices for some goods have just not come back down. And that's really more on what they can and can't sell. I don't want to be like saying that everybody's greedy, but I do think a lot of these prices that are really high for some of these products are just that way because they're just able to keep selling it like they just haven't changed it yet. So if anybody's causing any more problems, it's really the people that are selling the goods. To some degree. It's more complicated than that. I know. But just look at the egg price thing. Like, I don't know how they did it, but it took like, a couple months and egg price came back down? So are you trying to tell me they did something to fix something? Or did they just call somebody and say, hey, this is ridiculous? Oh, the president's coming after us. Let's drop the prices back down. The egg thing started with whatever it was, like a chicken famine or something, chicken disease or something. Like, okay, so they just lost all their birds. All right, that's fine. Well, you have, I don't know, all the ones that are remaining. Let's just breed the population and get back to it, No inflation is a crazy take. But like I said, the idea of what they use as metrics for inflation would determine how you view it. So I'm not saying you're wrong, but I also think that you're probably viewing it from a certain point of view that I don't know. But I didn't say it anyways. The numbers that they use definitely indicate inflation has come back to more acceptable levels in the last few years. There's no doubt about it. All right, yeah. I don't know what's going to happen exactly here, but I think we're going to see something silly at the end of the day. I kind of hope it doesn't pop. I don't really like that end of the day pop. It's not my favorite. It's possible. I don't know. This looks good to me. There's no like really high volume top here. Most of the volume's in that bottom and this bottom now. So this is the only one that looks kind of sour. This is a divergent top, but we called that, so. Where are you getting a haircut at? I still pay 20, 30 bucks. If you go to like a fancy barber, yeah, it's going to be expensive. You go to like a generic store or whatever, it's not going to be that expensive. Hair cutlery makes no difference to me. People go to a barber and they think they're like fancy. And I'm like, well, if the person's been cutting hair for 30 years, that's one thing. And aside from the nice like warm towelette or hot wax kind of stuff that they give you, there's not really much other reason to go to somewhere fancy, because it's just about who's cutting your hair. So if you know somebody who's good at it, just get them to cut your hair. Like whether they work at, Great Clips or they work at a 4-star resort, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. They might be equally talented. It's really about the stylist. Can't switch up. Well, that's your choice, man. You're choosing to pay 60 bucks. That's called free market economics, dude. If somebody jacks the price up and you don't want to pay that, you can go to some competitor. If they run out of business, they run out of business. I get that that's, if you're loyal to somebody, it might be your friend, but they need to fix the prices, figure out a way to make the price come down so they can compete. It's your choice is what I'm trying to say. It's one of the pros and the cons of something like, in a capitalistic or free market economy or whatever we want to call it, is you have options. So competition breeds lower prices only if a consumer is willing to go somewhere for a lower price. If the consumers continue to buy at the high price, then there's no reason that anyone would drop their price. They just wouldn't. Why would you? That's what I'm trying to argue anyways about this inflationary stuff, is like people are still buying. I think Powell actually said that nobody changed their spending habits during COVID, when supposedly we didn't have jobs. And that's really weird. And he said it with like a perplexity in his voice, and I thought about it for a minute. I'm like, yeah, that is really weird that would be exactly the same. I don't know, man. I'm getting to a point in my life where I'm like shrewd. Like I'm trying to be much better with my money, and I do not want to spend more than I have to. We just killed we were loyal, so to speak, to our homeowners insurance for the last 10 years. We've been with the same person, same insurance for 10 years, both car and homeowners. But I saw their prices going up, and I looked around, and I'm like, I don't know why their prices are going up so much. It's probably just cost of building materials. But what was surprising was that the cost of building materials had nothing to do with vehicles. And I called them, and they were like, hey, man. I was like, hey, look, this is nothing personal, but your costs are going way up, and I don't know why. And the only thing they could tell me was, well, cost of building materials, cost of replacements going up. I'm like, yeah, okay, but what about car insurance? Cost of cars are going up because of tariffs, sure, but that's been steadily rising. So I did my homework. It took me some time, and I got $1,000 a year off for both by just going to a different person. And when I talked to them about it, what they said to me was, well, they're like, well, we're not trying to talk bad about anybody, but you're probably going to be looking at changing insurance every year if that's the way you're doing it. And I said, I don't care. If it's about being loyal or saving money on my bottom line, like I'm going to save money. I'm only loyal to like, a point with businesses, because a business is a business. It's not a person. If it's a person and it's like a mom and pop place, I get that it's different. I don't doubt it. But I don't know, man. Businesses fire me all the time. Businesses will fire you for no reason and they can get away with it. So I think dropping a business is within my rights as a consumer. It happens, man. I wish it weren't so like cutthroat, but it'd be nice if everybody just got to succeed. I tend to be very libertarian in my views, so I'm like, I know regulation is a big deal for like protecting the environment and stuff like that, and like different things like that, and protecting consumers in certain instances. But on the whole, like, I kind of believe that if people just put their money where their mouth is, that things would just work itself out. Like, I don't know. That's how I feel about it. It'd probably be fine. People that don't have a good product or that treat people poorly, like, they should go out of business, and they probably will. I don't know. How did my calls do from yesterday? I haven't even looked at them. Let's look. So Tesla I got out of. I did not hold those. I sold all of them when it popped. At that top, I just knew it looked bad because it had that divergence. And I figured it would come back to 260 and maybe lower. And it actually went quite a bit lower here. Yeah, it did come down. So it didn't come down all the way, but it did come down here. I kind of like to look at that on Tesla. That's actually where we thought it might land when we looked at it the second time, because I had drawn out this like bar thing, and I was like, yeah, we might see it land here. So if it lands there and it holds it, I think that's positive. It could just go. I'm still going to kind of keep this on the chart, because if it goes, it goes. Great. So I had gotten out of all my Tesla stuff. I did buy back into Tesla today, and they have not moved. They're at, let me double check that. They're at like up 5%. I bought from like over here. So pros and cons of having high volatility, I guess, is that they haven't really changed. I guess, I don't know. They actually were going up when this started dropping down, so they just never really went back down. My SPY calls I think they should have gone to the moon yesterday, but they did not. And they're up 43%. So I can't complain. But based on where I bought them and like what we saw afterwards, I would have thought they would have gone up 100, 200%. In a normal market condition, they would have, but yeah, I know. It's a bummer day today. What do I do for a living? This is part of it. I mean, there's definitely not, every day is definitely not like that today and yesterday, where I'm streaming like almost all day, waiting for a movie that didn't ever come. But I also do animation work, and I have a lot of freelance. I do karate as well, yeah. I'm learning Kung Fu and Yunhua Ryu, which is a kind of, it's really like, I think it's called Tenshin Do or whatever. It's really similar to like the early versions of Taekwondo, but it's not like American Taekwondo, because people always joke about it because they talk about like Olympic Taekwondo, and I'm like, meh, it's not really like that. That's not our stance. We don't bounce around like that. But that's more of like a hobby. If I could one day maybe teach it, maybe I would, but I like it. But I'm not even a black belt yet. I've been working on it for like 3 years. I'm gonna get there maybe within a year or two. We'll see. I'm not in like a rush. I'm kind of a middle-aged dude, so I'm not really in a position to just go hard all the time. But yeah, the animation stuff that I do is not very lucrative, so I don't tend to charge a huge amount for it. And to be honest, sometimes it has some really huge dry spells. Like this year has been like one of the worst dry spells I've ever had, like ever. And I don't know if it's just because of the environment of the market and just people not willing to spend extra money, like they don't want to do extra projects. I think that's part of it. Is that they're just not really willing and ready to kind of let go of extra, or if it's just me, like not pushing hard enough to get clientele. Could be a little bit of both. All right, so extended hours, it looks like it's pumping a little bit, not much, a few cents. Well, it's like $2. But kind of a bummer day today. I know that we got on thinking there was going to be more, but I don't really feel overly negative either. I think today was on the whole fine. So just to kind of recap, I genuinely do not feel like this is the end. I think this is not enough for a real bull trap. Worst case scenario, in my opinion, is some kind of a distribution happens after we hit like 560s and we never get to higher pushes. That's like worst case in my book, is like we just don't get there and we don't ever get to those tops. But I think best case here is honestly like 600. And then I'm looking at the middle ground the most. I'm really looking at that area around 583. I still think that's the main target region. I don't think anything else really matters that much. I feel like it's right there, and it's really about getting up above or on that level to sell again into the market space. I don't think everything we've talked about has been like come to fruition, so to speak. But a lot of the last few days are really born out of my own strange view of things and having a concept of something happening that really wasn't expected, I suppose. Now, the big problem being that the timing of that has been, I think, could be very criticized at this point, because it did not really work. Hard to argue about yesterday. We definitely got the move yesterday. And that's just more about identifying the breakout point and that there was this really high target. So it's probably going to have this really big melt up. That's fine. I think we did that. But in terms of like everything else, they're not hitting, you know? So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that just yet. I'm not there yet. I don't know yet. Like clearly that was the marker. I'm not going to pretend like it wasn't. It was. And it was today, you know, around, you know, second half of the day today. This obviously makes it look more like Friday, but, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know, maybe I'm just picking the wrong wick. I mean, it's that simple. You pick the wrong thing and the whole thing changes, you know? So I don't believe that this is a inexact science. I think there's a lot of great ways to do this, but it's also vague to some degree. Like this is clearly later, like Friday, similar area. What I do want to say is this. The reason that I picked it out was because this is an acceleration. So there's an iteration down, down, down. And then while you're doing that iteration down, which is accelerating, you're also generating an acceleration in the bull response. And to me, that was the big aha, like, oh, there's a trend here that I've seen before, and this has been one of the greatest ways to identify, in my opinion, that big move might be incoming. So, we may not get it right perfectly, but the general concept here is, I think, true to form. Like, I think it is about where do these kind of trends lead us? Where are they heading? And they're heading towards, for all intents and purposes, I mean, there's not really a lot of ways to fudge some of this stuff. They're heading up, back towards that 380 or 584 mark. So to me, that was the big thing to take away from whatever nonsense, you may think that I spew. It's not necessarily that everything has to go according to plan. I'm not really that concerned about that. It's great to get huge call outs, sure, but the end goal is just to kind of get the best buy-in in a timely way. And I think we've done that. So the only thing we're worried about now is just some kind of rug pull from bad news or something. But the way I see it, this fan should be breaking out and heading to the next level in like 560 area. That's really where it should be next. And I don't see why it can't just have a sort of repeat of what happened here. Sincerely. Yeah. I guess that's a big concern of mine right now, is that this is going to build out like really slow. And if that happens, it's just because of option sellers, frankly. Where you would have like a pump and then a drop down. I don't know how this would even work. This would be a just massive Friday run. I don't know how you could delay it longer. I don't know. Maybe you go here and then pump up and come back down. That would be a way to delay it, I guess. Where would it go? I guess you could do that. That'd be like a really slow, boring way of kind of walking it out. So that's similar to this, but it's like bigger. Expanded. It's inconsistent with other things we've found, but sure, it's possible. And granted that we didn't make that move up today, but then made it low, it seems very possible. If I find something else, I'll let you guys know. I probably will not stream all day tomorrow. I'll get on for a bit, maybe in the morning or the afternoon, and that's it. Yeah, that kind of news would be really good. So yeah. So in this particular case, I'm liking the movement. I don't know. It's really hard for me to draw this as bearish. And like the only thing I can think is that it drops here and pushes down, but this volume does not really support that. So the way this is moving, it's just high volume bottoms. So it just doesn't make sense. It'd be backwards, in my opinion. I think this is probably going to be the best line that we have, or one of the best ones. Well, it'll be either a really awesome day tomorrow or super, super, super boring. So we will see. I wish you all the best. I hope you have a great evening, and I will talk to you all later. Thanks for hanging out today.